Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 745, It's different from the rumors. Just as Yang Hui said to them, and as Suzuki Genbu repeated in front of them, they should not think of dying easily. First of all, Suzuki Genbu sent them to the TV screen, and even publicly listed the crimes they had committed, one by one, in front of the people of the whole country, making them the sinners of the country and the nation, and making the 6 families of Kyoto completely nailed to the cross of shame. Moreover, Suzuki Genbu's arrangement was very good. Some of the less important crimes were mixed in with those major crimes that were hated by both humans and gods, so that people would actively ignore these minor crimes and remember all the major crimes. Especially the treason. In front of the evidence provided by Yang Hui, even white would become black, and there was no room for them to refute. Even if they refuted, with the crimes that were previously made public, the people would definitely not believe them. In addition, Suzuki Genbu had evidence, and they had no evidence to prove their innocence, so clarification was just a quibble, and accusation would become slander. Yang Hui's punishment was not limited to the 6 of them. All the assets under their names were taken away. The top 6 families in Sakura country lost everything overnight. The people of the 6 families all became rats that everyone wanted to beat. They were once arrogant and powerful, but now they either lived on the streets and were insulted by the fools in their eyes, or committed suicide because they could not bear the humiliation, or disappeared without a trace. Have you dealt with it all? Yang Hui asked Rini Rajetta. It's all dealt with. All the industries have been taken over. 10% of them have been handed over to His Highness Clovis and 20% to His Highness Cornelia. Yes. Yang Hui nodded. Although it was Yang Hui's personal behavior to wipe out the 6 families in Kyoto, Cornelia and Clovis also helped a lot in this war. Yang Hui would not let them return empty-handed. Although the two did not care much about assets, they still accepted Yang Hui's kindness. At most, they would hand it over to Yang Hui when they needed a lot of funds for subsequent plans. What else? The personnel have been arranged. According to the investigation, those who should be eliminated have been eliminated, and those who should be accepted have been accepted. Those children have been dispersed to welfare homes with good conditions in various places. Go. Yes. After Regina Rajetta left, Cornelia and Clovis looked at Yang Hui with a smile on their faces. What are you doing? You are so weird. Yang Hui said to the two. Nothing. The two shook their heads at the same time, but their expressions and eyes remained unchanged. Yang Hui finally couldn't stand being looked at by them, and trembled all over, choosing to disappear from their sight. Puff, seeing Yang Hui fleeing in a panic, Cornelia and Clovis couldn't help laughing. They found that they seemed to have found a way to deal with Yang Hui. It is so. My sister guessed it, too. Of course. Haha, that's him, isn't it? Yes. At the beginning, everyone, including Kyoruji Genbu, thought that Yang Hui's cruelty would kill all the 6 families in Kyoto, because the 6 families in Kyoto had touched Yang Hui's reverse scale, and the wrath of the dragon's reverse scale was not something that mortals could bear. But Cornelia and Clovis always believed that Yang Hui would not do anything to kill them all, especially the elderly, the weak, women and children. After investigation, if they were found to have clean hands, they would secretly send people to send them away in advance to a safe place so that they could start a new life. The governor's mansion could not be returned, and Yang Hui was bored, so he walked on the street alone with Fujito Kageshiro following him to relax. Originally, he didn't even want Fujito Kageshiro, so he wanted to go around and relax alone, but Fujito Kageshiro was a stubborn square-headed person. After dedicating his loyalty to Yang Hui, he always insisted on his duty, bodyguard. Boss, give me a serving of takoyaki. Okay. Yang. His Highness Yang Hui. The boss, who was making takoyaki with his head down, was quite happy to see that he had received a lot of business as soon as he opened his stall today. But when he looked up and saw his first customer of the day, he was almost scared to death. I don't look scary, do I? Yang Hui raised his eyebrows and pretended to be puzzled. Am I scary? No, your highness doesn't look scary, he is very handsome. Fujito Kageshiro replied with a suppressed smile. He knew that Yang Hui was a very easygoing person in private, and would even abandon his noble status as a prince and mingle with the common people, but the boss in front of you is not a Unitarian who is familiar with you, but a Sakura countryman. You just led the army to conquer half of their country. Who among the common people of Sakura country would not be afraid of you? Boss. Your Highness Yang Hui, I deserve death. I didn't know you were coming. Ahem, I want to say, Your Highness, I'm just an ordinary takoyaki boss. I'm definitely not a member of the resistance organization. I haven't violated any laws. I have always abided by the policies issued by Your Highness. No, I just want to say, Your Highness, please let me go. I really didn't do anything. I have old people and children to take care of. I just want to say that if you don't turn it over, the takoyaki will burn. Yang Hui stared at the boss who was kneeling on the ground and crying. The boss was stunned, and the air around him suddenly became quiet. Well, boss, this is the taste. Yang Hui ate the hot takoyaki and gave a thumbs up to the busy boss. As long as you like it, Your Highness. The boss wiped his sweat and continued to make takoyaki. It was unknown whether it was hot sweat or cold sweat. To be honest, I've eaten a lot of takoyaki, and yours tastes the best so far. Thank you, Your Highness, for the compliment. But you shouldn't set up a stall at this time. Yang Hui said to the boss while enjoying the takoyaki. This street is mostly office spaces, and people usually get off work at 5:30. It's only 3 o'clock now. You should come during lunch or lunch break, or when you get off work at 5:30. This. Your Highness, Don't worry, I didn't say you were a spy or anything. Yang Hui waved his hand, telling the boss not to be so nervous. This is not the first time I've seen you. Your family had already been investigated thoroughly when you first appeared, so there's no need to be so scared. Yang Hui is casual, but not stupid. Any strangers who appear around the governor mansion, even those from the Bunitalians, will be investigated to prevent sabotage by spies or members of the resistance organization. I'm just giving you a suggestion. Your craftsmanship is really good, but you just don't know how to do business. Your Highness is right. My craftsmanship is inherited from my family, so I am still very confident in my craftsmanship. It's also genetic. My father is not very smart. He lost money every time he did business. After Yang Hui cleared up all the misunderstandings, the boss also relaxed and chatted with Yang Hui. Well, I can't help it. Genetics is not within my professional scope. The boss was also amused by Yang Hui's humor. Try the 2 time periods I mentioned tomorrow. I can't guarantee that your business will be booming, but it will definitely be much better than what you have now. Okay, Your Highness, I will try. Well, I wish you a prosperous business, but if you want to move, remember to tell me where you are going. It would be a pity if you can't find such delicious takoyaki. Okay, Your Highness, I will definitely remember it. Well, another one, take it away. Okay. Taking another freshly baked takoyaki, Yang Hui left with Fujito Kagashiro. The boss stared blankly at the backs of the 2 people leaving, feeling both horrified and confused. Yang Hui's existence should be an existence that a low-level person like him will never have any intersection within his life. And in the hearts of the Sakura people, Yang Hui is a big devil. It was he who led the Devil's Army to break through the country's gates, invaded their territory, and killed their compatriots. But now, he felt different, as if this Prince of Bunitalia was not bad. Boss. Hey, customer, do you want takoyaki? Yes, I also want to taste the flavor that His Highness Yang Hui praised. I want one too. Give me one too. No, 2. Okay, please wait. The boss didn't think too much at this time. Because Yang Hui didn't disguise himself, the passers-by around recognized Yang Hui and heard the content of Yang Hui's conversation with the boss. When Yang Hui was here, they didn't dare to come forward because of fear. After Yang Hui left, they naturally wanted to taste the flavor he praised. As more and more customers came, the boss naturally focused on making dishes. Because there were more and more customers, his face was full of smiles, and he silently thanked Yang Hui in his heart. On the other side, Yang Hui and Fujito Kagashiro, who left, walked slowly on the street. Because he didn't disguise himself, pedestrians and merchants could recognize him, but they all stayed away and didn't dare to get close. But as Yang Hui wandered around and chatted in one store after another, the onlookers also found that Yang Hui was not as scary as they imagined, and he didn't even have the arrogance of the Brunitarians. Business is booming, Thank you, take care, Your Highness. After saying goodbye to another boss, Yang Hui returned to the street with his bag. Your Highness. At this time, Fujito Kagemijiro whispered in Yang Hui's ear. Well, let's go. Yang Hui nodded, but there was no change, still as comfortable and relaxed as before. However, not long after going forward, Yang Hui took Fujito Kagemijiro off the street and turned into a small alley. Then, 4 seemingly insignificant pedestrians followed them into the alley one after another, and then several big men in suits and sunglasses appeared and stood at the entrance of the alley, not allowing others to enter. Yang Hui and Fujito Kagemijiro walked a distance, looked around and stopped, and the 4 people behind them also stopped, their bodies tense, like leopards about to hunt. Leave it to you, X. Yang Hui said to Fujito Kagemijiro without looking back. Yes, Your Highness. Fujito Kagemijiro took the order, turned around and faced the 4 people, and drew his knight's sword across his body. Yang Hui didn't care what was happening behind him or what the outcome would be, and continued to walk forward. Chapter 746, Shattered Faith, Interesting Encounter. Don't even think about escaping. The 4 masked men saw Yang Hui leaving, pulled out their samurai swords hidden under their coats and were about to chase him, but were stopped by Fujito Kagemijiro. Your Highness has handed you over to me, but I will not let you go. A knight's sword was not at all inferior to 4 samurai swords, and it was easy to deal with them. As expected. Who are you? After being repelled, an assassin took off his mask without hiding his identity and questioned Fujito Kagemijiro. Although you are using the Bunite Lion knight's sword, the swordsmanship you use is indeed the Fujito Ryu, at least a master at the teacher level, and can easily deal with the 4 of us. Now there is only one living inheritor of the Fujito Ryu who can do it, and it's you. Fujito. Alice. Fujito Kagemijiro sighed until the other party saw through his identity and took off his mask for the first time outside the Governor-General's mansion. He also understood that this was the reason why Yang Hui led people into the deserted alley and left the 4 people to him alone. Long time no see, Senba, Bobu, Asuna, Chiba. It's really you. Lord Fujito. Seeing Fujito Kagemijiro's face, the other 3 didn't care and took off their masks excitedly. It's me. I'm glad to see you're still alive. But why? I see. You're an undercover agent. You've been lurking around Nightmare. Asuna, who likes to use her brain, imagined that Fujito Kagemijiro endured humiliation and was willing to bear the stigma of a traitor, lurking around Yang Hui, working hard for the revival of Sakura country. Then, their appearance made Fujito Kagemijiro suspected by Yang Hui, with a look of pain on his face. Is that so? Lord Fujito? You're an undercover agent around Nightmare. Buba and Chiba were also convinced by Asuna's imagination, otherwise they really couldn't understand why the samurai born in the wrong era would betray his country. Only the oldest Senba was not excited. He also hoped that Asuna's guess was correct, but... Fujito Kagemijiro, sorry, I disappoint you. Fujito Kagemijiro shook his head and said firmly to the 4 people, I am loyal to His Highness Yang Hui with my own will. Master Fujito. How could you? Hearing Fujito Kagemijiro tell the truth in person, Bubu, Chiba and Asuna, who believed in Fujito Kagemijiro very much, suffered a major blow. They were unwilling to believe it anyway. Master Fujito, why? Where did you go before? Asuna, who was unwilling to believe the truth, was broken in his heart. With his faith broken, he rushed over with a knife and slashed at Fujito Kagemijiro. But Fujito Kagemijiro was half of Asuna's master. Even if Asuna used Fujito Ryu to the extreme in a calm state, she was not Fujito Kagemijiro's opponent, not to mention that he had lost his mind and his moves were a mess. He blocked Asuna's slash, leaned sideways to make Asuna lose balance, and hit Asuna's neck with his backhanded sword, making him unable to move. Asuna. Seeing this, Chiba rushed forward again, but this time Bubu and Senba pulled her back in time and stopped her from being impulsive. Taodao. Senba looked at Taodao Kagemijiro with a complicated expression. He was different from the other 3 people. He was older and knew more about the warmth and coldness of human nature. He could also guess the reason why Taodao Kagemijiro betrayed Sakura country and was loyal to Yang Hui. Under normal circumstances, he could understand Taodao Kagemijiro's choice, but at this time, once again standing in front of them as an enemy, Senba could only sigh that things are unpredictable. Come on together. Seeing that the 3 stopped moving, Fujito Kageshiro once again raised the knight's sword. Defeat me, and then challenged His Highness Yang Hui, or be defeated by me. There's a third choice, Booba, take Chiba and go first. Senba pushed the two back. He knew very well that it was impossible for the three of them to defeat Fujito Kageshiro. Isahina had been caught, and the three of them could not all die here. Senba. You. Give up, Senba. Fujito Kageshiro also saw Senba's plan, laughed and shook his head. Why do you think His Highness chose to walk into the alley? You don't have the chance to fight on the street. What did you say? The three were shocked, but soon realized that something was wrong. Yang Hui had been strolling leisurely. Why did he suddenly walk into an empty alley? Is this a trap? Yes, and no. Fujito Kageshiro smiled. Your Highness did intend to lure you out, but it was also to prevent you from jumping the wall and attacking in the street, hurting innocent civilians. How, Nightmare, would care about the lives of civilians? Don't be kidding. Buba roared. In his opinion, the Bunitarians were arrogant and didn't care about the safety of the Sakurant people at all. To them, they were just a group of pigs to be slaughtered, or slaves in mining. You don't understand, Your Highness, at all. Fujito Kageshiro shook his head. He should have had the same idea as Bubu, right? But after knowing each other for so long, Fujito Kageshiro knew that Yang Hui was a very gentle person. Yang Hui's cruelty would only be used against his enemies. Even for the enemies he recognized, he would show corresponding kindness and respect. He would try his best to show his best side to the people around him, and would do his best to protect the civilians under his rule. A soldier's duty is to obey orders, but a soldier's mission is to protect the civilians behind him. When the duty and the mission conflict, what will you choose? This is the question Yang Hui once asked everyone in the Nightmare Nights. Fujito Kageshiro was very entangled and didn't know how to answer this question. Which one is right, but which one is wrong? The other Bunitalia people, including Jeremiah, Valletta and Junluo, chose the duty and gave up the mission, and then were scolded by Yang Hui. Fujito Kageshiro asked Yang Hui on the spot, which one would he choose? Yang Hui answered everyone without hesitation, I will choose to kill the idiot who made me give up my mission. Obviously, Yang Hui chose the latter, and told everyone present at the same time, if there is a day when I ask you to abandon your mission, then each of you has the right, even the obligation to kill me, and then stick to your mission. Yang Hui has never been a formalist. He has always been a man of his word. He can say such words, which means that he can really do it, and he will also give the people present such rights. Fudao. You. There's no point in saying more. Your retreat has been blocked. You only have two choices now. Kill me and then challenge His Highness, or be defeated by me. Fujito Kageshiro didn't intend to keep Yang Hui waiting for long. He pointed his night sword at Senba, Bobu and Chiba and said, Comma. The three looked at each other, nodded, and then took a firm stance with a determined look, ready to launch an attack. Very good, come on. Go. Yang Hui stood at the exit on the other side of the alley, leaning against the wall and playing a small game on the terminal. Next to him, a young man who was covered in dirt sat on the ground, holding his wrist, looking painful. Your Highness. Fujito Kageshiro, who put on his mask again, walked out of the dark alley. A bit embarrassed. Yang Hui glanced at Fujito Kageshiro and said jokingly. Although he was not injured, there were several tears on his clothes, and the collar was soaked with sweat. It seemed that he had fought hard. Your skills are not good enough. No, on the contrary, it shows that your fellow disciples are not bad. Yang Hui knew Fujito Kageshiro's level. His martial arts skills were definitely one of the best in the world. He was embarrassed, not because he was not good enough, but because the other party was really good. Your Highness, you are too kind. The face under the mask raised his mouth. Did it Yang Hui's words just recognize the strength of Senba, Bobu, Asayana and Chiba? In this way, his idea was easier to realize. Your Highness, I think they are qualified to fight for it, so I didn't kill them, but captured them. That's your trophy, you can decide for yourself. Yang Hui said casually. Yes, Your Highness. Well, let's go, take him with you. Your Highness, who is he? Fujito Kageshiro looked at the boy on the ground with a puzzled look. Judging from his age. About the same age as Yang Hui, right? His red hair was a bit conspicuous, so he wore a hat. Him? A little angry young man, my trophy. Yang Hui raised his mouth. Horizontal ellipsis. Time went back to not long after Yang Hui and Fujito Kagemashiro separated. Yang Hui had not walked far when he saw a boy about his age with his hands in his pockets walking towards him. His hat was pulled down so low that people could not see his face clearly. Interesting. Yang Hui was also stunned at first, because he had only felt the sight of 4 people before, which means that the person in front of him had avoided Yang Hui's perception. What? A pure passerby? Are you kidding? A pure passerby would meet Yang Hui by chance in this occasion? Moreover, he deliberately lowered the brim of his hat to cover his face, and his hand in his pocket was obviously holding something. He also walked towards Yang Hui intentionally. Could he be a passerby? Sure enough, the moment Yang Hui passed by him, the boy took out a folding fruit knife in his hand and stabbed Yang Hui in the back. But Yang Hui's hand popped out like lightning, turned around and grabbed the boy's wrist, twisted it gently, and with a click sound, the wrist was dislocated, accompanied by a scream, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. At the same time, Yang Hui also saw the appearance of this person clearly. It's him? Interesting, really interesting. Yang Hui thought as he pushed the boy with a dislocated wrist aside. From his previous action, it can be seen that he is not a professional killer. He is too amateur and does not pose any threat. Being a killer is not such an easy job. First of all, you have to choose a qualified weapon. Yang Hui picked up the folding fruit knife on the ground, squatted in front of the boy and said to him, "This kind of knife stabbing people, it is easy to cut a thumb and index finger if you hold it in the right hand, and it will cut a little finger if you hold it in the wrong hand. I personally recommend a butterfly knife or a spring knife. If it doesn't work, a utility knife is better than this. Tisk, don't be hypocritical, nightmare, kill me, I won't say anything." The boy turned his head and said to Yang Hui in a tough manner, but Yang Hui noticed a fear in his eyes. "What's your name?" Yang Hui didn't care, but asked his name instead. Don't underestimate the intelligence network in my hands. It's not difficult to check your background, so if you don't say it now, don't regret it later. The boy's eyes flickered, and after a few minutes of entanglement, he still chose to speak. Hongai Naoto. Chapter 747, Interesting Red Moon Naoto. Just like that, a red-haired boy followed Yang Hui, but his cocky look was out of tune with the relaxed Yang Hui. "Where are you taking me?" Hongayu's Hiren asked Yang Hui. "Of course I'm taking you to wash," Yang Hui said as a matter of course. "Huh? You don't feel uncomfortable with being so dirty?" Yang Hui glanced at Hongayu's Hiren with disdain. It's not that he is delicate. He has experienced dirtier and more difficult environments on the battlefield. But now is not a war, it's time to go shopping and relax. The dirty Hongayu's Hiren is a bit of a spoilsport. Moreover, if Yang Hui brings him with him, others will regard Hongayu's Hiren as Yang Hui's follower. It is really embarrassing to have such a follower. Tisk, you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, how can you know the lives of us civilians? Hongayu's Hiren complained with his head turned away. Yang Hui laughed and shook his head. Although he had experienced life in many worlds so far, he could not be said to be a commoner, but it did not mean that he did not understand the life of commoners. Although your clothes are dirty, they are not worn out. You should be able to get them dirty in order to assassinate me. And the quality looks good. They are not cheap clothes. So your living conditions should be good. If you pay attention to personal hygiene on weekdays, there will be no problem. Hongayu's Hiren looked up at Yang Hui with surprise in his eyes. The foundation of intelligence science. Yang Hui raised a finger and said to Hongayu's Hiren, clothes, movements, behavior, posture, appearance, expression, even a look, can reveal a lot of intelligence. Tisk. Yo? You are quite arrogant. Huh? When are you going to kill me? Hongayu's Hiren asked Yang Hui with his head down. This statement made Yang Hui stun for a moment. Why should I kill you? You are a nightmare, a demon who kills without blinking an eye. I failed to assassinate you and was caught by you. Why don't you kill me? Yang Hui raised his eyebrows, thinking that Hongayu's Hiren was becoming more and more interesting. You dare to say this in front of me? Aren't you afraid that I will make you die more miserably? Will I not die if I don't say it? At least you can die more easily. They are all death, what's the difference? Hongayu's Hiren lowered his head to prevent Yang Hui from seeing his cowardice. Then the difference is huge. For example, Hongayu's Hiren trembled and looked up at Yang Hui. Well, this is a question worth thinking about. You. Are you not afraid of death? Dot. If I say I'm not afraid, do you believe me? Of course not. Then why are you asking? Just want to ask? Tisk. Ha ha ha. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, we're here. Standing at the door of a large bathhouse, Yang Hui pushed Huangayu's Hiren. Go in, you should be more familiar with this place than I am. You're not going in. Huangayu's Hiren saw Yang Hui and Fujitang Jingshilang standing at the door motionless, and asked in confusion. Personally, I don't like to take a bath with other people, of course, except for beautiful women. Yang Hui teased. Fujitang Jingshilang didn't say anything, but he followed Yang Hui closely with a sword, and had already interpreted his identity as a guard with his actions. Aren't you afraid that I will run away? Huangayu's Hiren asked in confusion. If you let yourself get out of his sight boldly, wouldn't it be giving him the opportunity to escape? You can try. Yang Hui said jokingly, with confidence in his joking. Huangayu's Hiren didn't say anything else, turned around and walked into the large bathhouse. Your Highness. Fujito Kagashiro was also worried that the Red Moon Man would take the opportunity to escape. Although he didn't understand why Yang Hui brought the assassin with him, if Yang Hui had no special intentions towards Hongayu Naoto, Fujito Kagashiro didn't mind letting the sword in his hand be stained with blood. Just treat it as a test. Even if he runs away, it's easy to find him. Yang Hui said. Even if he didn't know Hongayu Naoto's background, it would be too easy to find someone who knew his appearance and name. Yes, Your Highness. By the way, go to that clothing store and buy him a set of clothes. Buy them according to my body shape. Oh, Your Highness, if he runs away, wouldn't it be a waste? So I asked you to buy them according to my body shape. Oh, yes, Your Highness. Fujito Kagashiro gave Yang Hui a thumbs up in his heart. Huh? This is. 10 minutes later, Hongayu Naoto cleaned himself up very well, but he was a little entangled when he thought that his clothes were still dirty, but he only had this set of clothes at the moment, so he had to wear it. As a result, when he returned to his locker, his dirty clothes disappeared, replaced by a brand new set of clothes. Naoto Kazuki didn't think too much and put them on directly. Well, it fits well. Naoto Kazuki did think about escaping when he was cleaning himself, but he thought of Yang Hui's confidence and his strength. His name and appearance were known by the other party, and it would be easy to find him again, unless he and his family all ran into the mountains to live a savage life. But that was impossible. He was fine alone, but his family. In the end, Naoto Kazuki gave up the idea of escaping, washed himself and went back to find Yang Hui. Well, not bad. After carefully looking at the cleaned Naoto Kazuki, Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't help but sigh that Colin's mother's genes were really good, with a handsome son and a pretty daughter. I'm not a monkey. Naoto Kazuki couldn't help Yang Hui's admiring gaze and complained. Wow? You are really interesting. Huh? Is the last dinner next? Hongayu's Hiren turned his head to ask Yang Hui. Huh? Interesting, really interesting. Yang Hui liked Hongayu's Hiren more and more. It was so interesting. From beginning to end, Yang Hui did not show the idea of killing him, but Hongayu's Hiren kept imagining and saying shocking things. Although what you said is not right, but... Yang Hui looked at the time and nodded. It is indeed time for dinner. Is there anything delicious nearby? There is a high-end restaurant at the end of this road, and there is a high-end French restaurant opposite. Choose the first one. Since we are in the country of cherry blossoms, of course we have to taste the local food. We have long been tired of Western food. Under the leadership of Hongayu's Hiren, the three came to the high-end restaurant he introduced. The decoration is good, the service is good, and the appearance and taste of the dishes are also good. It deserves the word high-end. Hongayu's Hiren dared to guarantee that this was the most luxurious meal he had ever eaten since he was a child. He also thought that this was his last dinner, so he ate with an open stomach and was not polite at all when ordering. If the assassination failed, at least he would make Yang Hui bleed in another level. After the meal, the three of them left the restaurant, walked a little distance, and found a quiet park late at night. Hongayu's Hiren stopped. Do it. Hongayu's Hiren closed his eyes and waited for the trial, but his heroic appearance made Yang Hui laugh. Puff ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Hongayu's Hiren opened his eyes and glared at Yang Hui. He had a hard time controlling the fear in his heart. Yang Hui's smile made all his efforts in vain. I never said I wanted to kill you from the beginning to the end, did I? Yang Hui asked with a smile. Ah. You, don't kill me. I don't like asking the same question for the third time. Why should I kill you? Yang Hui asked jokingly. I assassinated you. Assassinated? You? With that folding fruit knife? Stop it, kid. You. Go away. Ah. Naoto Kazuki was completely dumbfounded. He had assassinated the other party, and the other party not only didn't kill him, but also let him go? You are my trophy. It's my freedom to kill you or not, and how to deal with you. Yang Hui shrugged and said. This, you really let me go? Of course, but only for now. Report to the governor's office at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, X. Hearing this, Fujito Kageshiro threw a badge to Naoto Kazuki. It was the exclusive badge of Nightmare. With this badge, Naoto Kazuki was not only qualified to freely enter and exit the governor's office and all public facilities of Unitalia in Sakura country, but no one would dare to provoke him again. Naoto Kazuki looked at the badge in his hand, held it tightly and turned away. He did not ask what the badge was for, nor did he ask Yang Hui any stupid questions like whether he was afraid of him running away. He only knew that now his control was in Yang Hui's hands. He had to do whatever Yang Hui asked him to do, and he had no choice. Go check his family situation. Yes, Your Highness. Asking Fujito Kageshiro to investigate was just a process. Yang Hui knew that Naoto Kazuki's father had passed away, and his mother worked as a maid in the Hudefeld family, one of the 8 famous families in Britannia, and gave birth to a mixed-race child, Karen Hudefeld. Since Yang Hui had the idea of taming Naoto Kazuki as his subordinate, his family would naturally take care of him. Karen could still be her eldest lady, but she and Naoto Kazuki's mother could provide a better living environment without having to work as servants in the Hudefeld family. Of course, Yang Hui also knew that the reason why Colin and Naoto Kazuki's biological mother was willing to be a servant in the Hudefeld family was because she wanted to stay with Colin all the time, but now Naoto Kazuki was not dead, her obsession was not that strong, and with Yang Hui's care, it was not difficult for her to go to the Hudefeld family to see Colin. Let's go back. Yes, Your Highness. On the other side, Naoto Kazuki ran straight back home after leaving the park, and happened to meet his mother who was tired and coming home. Naoto? Where have you been? Why are you coming home now? And your clothes? I was delayed by something. This is a gift from a friend. Okay, have you eaten? If not, I'll make it for you right away. No, Mom, I've eaten. Really? That's good, let's go home. Okay. Looking at his mother's thin body and tired look, he made a decision in his heart. Mom. What's wrong? I found a job. Chapter 748, Fujito Kagemushiro's Persuasion. Home in the secret prison, Chiba, who was lying on the bed, woke up and tried to recall his previous memories and observe the surrounding environment. What happened? Where is this? Chiba, you're awake. Hearing the familiar voice, Chiba looked up and found himself locked in a glass room with transparent walls. Outside the glass room were 3 identical glass rooms, each of which held Senba, Bobu and Isahina. Senba. Bobu. Isahina. Why are you here too? Where is this place? What happened to us? Chiba asked excitedly. We were defeated by that man. Senba said to Chiba calmly. That man. Lord Fujito. With Senba's reminder, Chiba recalled the memory before he fell into coma. The 4 of them were going to assassinate Yang Hui together, but were stopped by Fujito Kageshiro, and then they were defeated by him one by one. How, Lord, huh? Isahina sat in the corner with a decadent look on her face, and said in a hoarse voice. Isahina. But, why? Chiba asked. If Fujito Kagemushiro really pledged allegiance to Yang Hui, and they tried to assassinate Yang Hui, Fujito Kagemushiro, as Yang Hui's guard, should have killed them on the spot instead of arresting them. I don't know. Senba shook his head. He was the first one to wake up among the 4. After I woke up, I found that there was no one else except you 3. There was not even a guard, and he had never appeared. In that case, forget it. Bubu, who saw through what Chiba was thinking, interrupted her immediately and got up and knocked on the glass wall. Alchemist glass, a transparent ceramic composed of aluminum, nitrogen, and oxygen, has a hardness equivalent to steel, and has very high strength and impact resistance. It is mostly used in the military and security fields, such as bulletproof glass, missile windows, etc., which bullets cannot penetrate. How do you know? Chiba asked Bubu blankly. He was not someone who knew these things very well. Here, there is an instruction manual. Bubu raised his chin and motioned Chiba to look for the bedside. Kai and I picked up the pillow and saw the instruction manual under the pillow, a thick book. What does this mean? Let's not be stupid. Bubu shrugged. This instruction manual was under everyone's pillow. It not only introduced a material of the glass wall, but also introduced the entire prison. Although he didn't know if what was said in the manual was true, but, as long as any one of them was true, there would be no possibility for them to escape from prison. So don't even think about escaping. Bubu lay down on the bed again, while at the same time carefully introducing the contents of the manual to Kai and I. There are no guards around because there is no need for guards. There are hundreds of cameras on the surrounding walls, and our every move is under their observation. Even if we break the glass wall, there are countless automatic defense machine guns hidden in those walls, which will shoot us into sieves. Also, even if we can survive and break through the machine gun shooting, look at page 42 of the manual. The only passage has poison gas nozzles, flamethrowers, spike traps, and falling walls. Cut. The person who designed this prison is simply a lunatic, so crazy. After Kai and I finished reading the manual, she lost her color and dared not mention the idea of escaping the prison again. This manual is very considerate. It contains a complete and detailed map of the prison, and even the hidden traps are all described in great detail. It even has the methods of cracking and the strategy of passing the level. But, it is precisely because of this that people can't have any idea of escaping the prison. It's just a shrimp in a pig's heart. What should we do? Chiba asked blankly. Let's wait. Senba, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. Wait? Since he didn't kill us and locked us up together, he definitely won't keep us locked up like this. Senba analyzed. What else could it be? The decadent Asahina said. Does his new master like to admire the ugliness of the losers? Likes to see our decadent, lost, and desperate expressions. Asahina. Senba, Bubu, and Chiba knew that Asahina was just talking nonsense. He was already out of his mind. Based on their understanding of Fujito Kageshiro, even if he pledged allegiance to Yang Hui, his human nature would not change. If Yang Hui was really such a cruel and even disgusting person, Fujito Kageshiro would not pledge allegiance to Yang Hui even if he died. At this time, the door to the only passage opened, and they saw that familiar figure, wearing the same Bunitalian uniform and the same mask. The only difference was that the knight's sword in his hand was replaced by a suitcase. Tao. Asahina just glanced at him and sneered, then looked away, and continued to sit in the corner in a decadent manner, with his back to Fujito Kageshiro. The other three looked at him step by step with complicated expressions. Fujito Kageshiro walked to the open space in the middle of the 4 glass rooms and put down his suitcase. After opening it, he took out several delicious dishes, a bottle of wine and 5 wine glasses. After arranging them, he sat directly on the ground and nodded in the direction of the camera. Then, the door of the passage closed and the doors of the 4 glass rooms opened. What do you mean? Asked Bobu. I didn't have the chance before, and now I want to have a drink with you. As Fujito Kageshiro said, he took off his mask and put it aside. Senba, Bobu and Chiba didn't know what Fujito Kageshiro was going to do, but after looking at each other, they nodded, walked out of the glass room and came to Fujito Kageshiro, and sat down on the spot. As for Asahina, they knew they couldn't persuade her. What exactly do you want to do? Senba asked Fujito Kageshiro, who was pouring wine for them. A year ago, I was sentenced to death in front of the whole nation. Fujito Kageshiro did not answer Senba, but told his story to the 3 people. Although I don't know what method was used, His Highness saved me and gave me a second life. So you betrayed? Bubu asked with a sneer, his tone full of disdain. In the mansion in the concession, I met Darlene and Zaya Azi. Fujito Kageshiro paused, but continued to narrate. Although they were taken away by His Highness, they lived well. His Highness did not embarrass them, and then. The 3 people listened with disdain, thinking that Fujito Kageshiro was whitewashing himself, but as they listened, they fell silent. For a whole year, Akamatsu made me countless promises, but none of them were fulfilled. On the contrary, it was Your Highness who gave me chances again and again, but I didn't seize them. Your Highness was right, I was a fence-sitter at the time. On the one hand, I helped Akamatsu as an undercover for the sake of the country and compatriots, And on the other hand, I used your highness to let Darlene and Zayazi live a stable and affluent life. But in the end, Akamatsu didn't intend to fulfill his promise, nor did he care about my life or death, nor did he care about the life or death of Darlene and Zayazi. On the contrary, it was your highness who fulfilled all his promises to me, gave me the highest trust, and gave me the last chance. Senba, Buba, and Shiba listened silently, drinking a glass of wine from time to time, and then filing it up themselves. Even in Asayana's lifeless eyes, there was a hint of fluctuation. They understood that Fujito Kagemashiro had betrayed, but it was also everything he was loyal to that betrayed him first, and again and again. Without Yang Hui, he would have sacrificed in vain, and his family would have become eternal sinners, bullied by the compatriots and the country the Fujito Kagemashiro was loyal to, and in the end, they would have followed in Fujito Kagemashiro's footsteps, right? I'm not saying this to beg for your forgiveness. I just want to tell you that this is my choice, but it's also the choice that everyone forced me to make. Fujiro, have you ever thought that Yang Hui is the next Akamatsu? Senba hesitated for a moment and decided to ask Fujito. No. Why? Your highness is a very complicated person, but he is also a very simple person. What do you mean? The three were stunned and asked. Your highness is different from everyone's impression of the Bunitalians. He is an extremely proud person, but his pride is only for himself and his opponents, which is different from the arrogance that is common in Bunitalia towards everyone. Hearing this, Zyambo, Bubu and Kainai all nodded in agreement. They had been following Yang Hui in the dark before they were caught, including the conversation with the owner of the takoyaki stall in front of the governor mansion. Along the way, Yang Hui behaved very friendly and easygoing. He was not a prince of Bunitalia at all, but just a sunny young man. Your highness's complexity lies in that you can see gentleness and coldness, gentleness and cruelty, pride and humility in him. You can see many contradictory and conflicting characteristics in the world in him, so he is very complicated. What about simplicity? Kainai asked. If it's simple. When dealing with companions and family, he will show his brightest side. To the people around him, he is like an angel, but when dealing with enemies, he will become the cruelest Shura. Still silent, it is indeed very contradictory, but it does make sense, complex and simple. Moreover, according to my observations, His Highness is a man with a bottom line. Countless people have died at his hands, but none of them are innocent civilians. Also, His Highness has formulated a series of policies for the people of Sakura in the occupied areas. It is impossible to compare with the treatment of the Bunitarians, but it is definitely better than the Sakura under the control of the 6 families in Kyoto. So, your purpose is to recruit us, right? After hearing so much, they also got a lot of answers, and they all knew the purpose of Fujito Kagemashiro. Yes. Fujito Kagemashiro nodded without concealment. Senba, Bubu, Chiba, and even Asayana, who had been sitting in the glass house, had complicated expressions. If Yang Hui was really as Fujito Kagemashiro said, he was indeed a wise leader worthy of Fujito Kagemashiro and worthy of their following. But it was this person who invaded their country. I don't need you to give an answer right now. The surrender ceremony will be held in 3 days. You have 2 days to consider. What if we refuse? The person who asked the question was not Senba, Bobu and Chiba, but Asahina, who suddenly stood up. If you don't accept it, you will kill us, right? This is my duty. Fujito Kagemashiro was silent for a while and said to the 4 people. Just as the 4 people sneered, he added, but His Highness said that you are my spoils of war. I have the right to deal with you at will. So if you don't agree, I will let you leave. Go back, leave the army, leave the battle, and return to ordinary life. After saying that, Fujito Kagemashiro finished the wine in the glass, picked up the mask and stood up to leave. You can move freely here for the next 2 days. You won't be locked in the glass house all the time. I will come again in 2 days, but the next time you point a blade at His Highness, you will no longer face Fujito Kagemashiro, but I will kill you without hesitation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749, 11, Established, Happy Birthday to Myself. 2 days later, Yang Hui led the team to Kyoto to accept the surrender of Kyoruji Genbu. Just yesterday, the local supplementary fleet had arrived, and Clovis had no reason to stay in Sakura country. Although he wanted to stay for a while, there were many things to do in such a large territory as 10, and it was impossible for Balder to handle it all the time, so he could only take his own people back. Following behind Yang Hui, in addition to Fujito Kagami Shiro wearing a mask, there were 3 knights wearing masks following behind him, 2 men and 1 woman. After a complicated struggle, Senba, Bubu and Chiba chose to accept Fujito Kagami Shiro's recruitment. They also wanted to follow Yang Hui and use their own eyes to observe whether Yang Hui was really as Fujito Kagami Shiro said. Isayana, who was the most frustrated, chose to leave and return to ordinary life, which did not exceed Fujito Kagami Shiro's expectations. This is also how much admiration there was, and how desperate it was after it was broken. Especially after he heard Fujito Kagami Shiro's story about his experience, knew the true face of the former pillar of Sakura country, and knew what the 6 families of Kyoto had done, he could no longer hold on to that pure heart. I will keep an eye on you. If what you said is not realized, even if I die, I will drag you to hell together. This is what Asayana said to Fujito Kagami Shiro before she left. Although he chose a different path, his goal was the same as that of the 3 people of Senba, but he chose to return to the civilians and observe Yang Hui from the perspective of civilians, and observe the future path of this country. It seems that they still don't welcome us very much. Yang Hui looked at the people of Sakura country who gathered on the roadside. Most of them had an angry expression on their faces, and their eyes seemed to want to swallow Yang Hui. Although the 6 families of Kyoto diverted some of their attention, it was an indisputable fact that Yang Hui led his troops to invade their country. Your Highness. Give orders. If there are children throwing things at them later, be patient. Yang Hui said to Regina Rogetta. Regina Rogetta smiled knowingly, and then asked, what if it's an adult? Then send him to sober up. He deserves to be punished for not being clear-headed even as an adult. Yes, Your Highness. Yang Hui did not lower his voice. Fujito Kagami Shiro and Senba, Bubu and Chiba behind him all heard it. Fujito Kagami Shiro did not have any fluctuations. He was already used to Yang Hui's behavior, while Senba and the other 2 gave Yang Hui a point in their hearts. It is normal for someone to lose control of his emotions in such an occasion, especially children, who would vent their emotions by throwing stones or something. Yang Hui ordered the soldiers who were thrown to bear with it. This was his kindness. As for adults, they also had to admit that Yang Hui was right. There were soldiers guarding both sides of the road ahead, and even nightmares standing guard at intervals. Under such threats, there were still people who were not clear-headed and attacked the convoy. That was really a mental disorder. You feel good after venting your anger, but have you considered the people around you? Have you ever thought about what would happen if you angered Yang Hui? Let's not talk about whether the war will continue. It is very likely that the soldiers and nightmares guarding along the road will slaughter all the Sakura people in sight. Even in the eyes of the 3 people of Xianbo, such people are not worth dying. As the convoy moved forward, what Yang Hui expected did happen. Some children on the roadside used their bodies to hide among the adults and threw stones at the guards on the roadside and even the convoy in the middle of the road. Although the soldiers were a little angry, they also obeyed Yang Hui's orders and controlled their temper. Coincidentally, there were also adults who did the same thing. The soldiers threw the butt of their guns without hesitation, knocked the people to the ground, and dragged them away without caring whether they were dead or not. The passers-by on the side were also angry but dared not speak. They didn't dare to treat the guns in the hands of the soldiers and the nightmares on the side as decorations. After some minor setbacks, the convoy successfully arrived at the Prime Minister's office. Your Highness Yang Hui, welcome to your arrival. Kyoruji Genbu came to greet him with his team. You're welcome, Prime Minister Kyoruji. The surrender ceremony is ready, please follow me. Well, not bad. Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Kyoruji Genbu had understood his character clearly. He hated the procrastinating formalism, so Kyoruji Genbu directly abandoned those mundane etiquette and started the surrender ceremony directly. The surrender ceremony lasted for half an hour in total, and the whole process was broadcast live, so that people all over the world could see it. Because Kyoruji Genbu was told the conditions in advance, he had to accept them, so there was no discussion in the whole surrender ceremony. Kyoruji Genbu directly announced publicly that Sakura country surrendered to Bunitaria and became one of the vassal states of the Bunitaria Empire. Then, Yang Hui came to the stage and announced that the Bunitaria Empire accepted the conditions of surrender. First, Sakura country no longer exists. According to tradition, it was renamed 11. This title not only represents the name of the country, but also the name of the people. In other words, the Sakura people are no longer Sakura people from now on, but a number. Then, all the armies of 11 were disbanded, leaving only the security forces to ensure basic public security. Even the so-called self-defense forces were not allowed to exist. 11 was not allowed to have its own armed forces. 11 could only have the army of Bunitaria. This condition caused an uproar, because 11 was the first territory to be required in this way. Even 10 in Clovis hands was allowed to retain limited local armed forces. Half of the former Sakura army, which also received this notice, issued a statement that they did not accept this condition. If they were to be disbanded, they would directly revolt and resist the tyranny of Bunitaria. However, less than 5 minutes after these statements were issued, news came that these armies were attacked by the Bunitaria army. 10 minutes later, all the armies that issued the uprising statement were ruthlessly suppressed. However, Yang Hui's speech was not all bad news for 11. He then publicly announced the policies he formulated, a considerable part of which were policies to protect the rights and interests of 11. A closer look showed that it could indeed bring a better life to 11. For example, the taxation is not too harsh. On the surface, it still seems to be oppression and exploitation, but after careful calculation, it is found that after eliminating and integrating the various taxes that were once extremely complicated, it is actually not as high as before, and the purpose of the poor paying less tax and the rich paying more tax is achieved. Another very important point is that the status and power of the Bunitarians in 11 are limited. If there is a conflict between the Bunitarians and 11, they will not blindly favor the Bunitarians, but will judge right and wrong fairly based on right and wrong. Of course, all the policies announced by Yang Hui are just a big pie. In the face of better hope, the originally resentful 11 also chose to wait and see. If Yang Hui can really do what he said, then it's not bad. Your Highness, the nobles headed by Duke Hudefeld request to see you. You really don't let me have a rest. Yang Hui had just returned to the governor's mansion after the surrender ceremony. Before he had time to sit down, the nobles of Bunitalia could not sit still. After all, Yang Hui gave 11 more rights and interests, which would damage their rights and interests more. Let Hudefeld come in, and the others wait outside. Yes, Your Highness. After a while, Rini Regita brought Duke Hudefeld, Karen's father, to the study. Your Highness Yang Hui, why are you doing this? You are selling out the interests of Bunitalia. As soon as he entered the room, Duke Hudefeld accused Yang Hui excitedly, which made Yang Hui raise his eyebrows. You worry too much, Duke Hudefeld. I did not cede any interests of Bunitalia to 11. It was the same as before. Yang Hui said calmly, but there was already a hint of indifference in his tone. But Duke Hudefeld was still obviously excited, and didn't notice the hint of coldness at all, and continued to talk loudly. 11 is the territory conquered by Bunitalia. The natives of 11 are slaves of Bunitalia. I don't think slaves need so many rights and interests protection, they just need to shed their last drop of blood for Bunitalia. But you gave them so many preferential treatments, and even made them eligible to be equal to the Bunitalians. This is a serious rebellion. Before Duke Hudefeld could say the last word, Yang Hui's hand reached out like lightning, tightly grabbed Duke Hudefeld's face, and lifted him up. Duke Hudefeld, did you misunderstand something? I led my troops to conquer 11, and it has nothing to do with you and those nobles outside. Also, I am the governor of 11, not you, do you understand? Yang Hui let go of Duke Hudefeld, letting him fall to the ground and breathe in the fresh air. Your Highness, I'm very, very sorry, but I think. I don't need your opinion, Duke of Hudefeld. Yang Hui leaned over and approached Duke of Hudefeld. I only need my opinion, and you, either do it or get out of my territory, understand? Yes, your Highness. In Duke of Hudefeld's eyes, the black and red murderous aura was like a real coat draped over his body, and the biting cold made him tremble all over, unable to move. Get out. Yes, Your Highness. It was not until the murderous intent and coldness subsided that Duke of Hudafelt regained his ability to move, and he rolled and crawled out of Yang Hui's study. Haha, these are the 8 famous families? Ridiculous. Although he was disdainful, Yang Hui didn't think that his threat would make him obedient, nor did he think that Duke Hudafelt could convince the nobles outside, so keep a close eye on those nobles. I allow you to take direct action against any small move. I am 30 years old today. I will post 2 more chapters to wish myself a happy birthday and thank you all for your continued support. Chapter 750, Hudafelt's Caution. Duke Hudafelt fled from Yang Hui's study, as if it was a devil's lair that was terrifying, but after running for a distance, he heard a quarrel coming from downstairs. It was the nobles who followed him to find Yang Hui. They came to put pressure on Yang Hui. These nobles were families that had been rooted in the concession for a long time, so they had a high degree of control over the concession and knew the concession and Sakura country better than Yang Hui. Therefore, relying on their influence and control in the concession, they planned to unite and put pressure on Yang Hui. Yang Hui was indeed powerful, but that was a war, not politics, let alone business. The nobles played a very complicated trick in private. They didn't take a young prince who could lead troops to fight seriously. Unexpectedly, they were turned away as soon as they arrived at the governor mansion. They were very angry about Regina Rujetta's obstruction. Regina Rujetta was just a little personal maid, but she dared to block their way. But Duke Hudafelt now felt that being stopped downstairs might be a blessing, because they faced Yang Hui's fright. It took him some time to control his emotions and put his clothes in order before he reappeared in people's sight. Duke Hudafelt. Duke Hudafelt is here. Duke Hudafelt, what did your Highness say? Are you going to take back what you said before? As expected of the Duke Hudafelt, even your Highness must think carefully about your words. A bunch of idiots. Although Duke Hudafelt did not show any emotion on the surface, he was already cursing in his heart. He didn't know how to consider the timing and occasion when flattering others. Are some words suitable to be said here? Question mark. Silence. Duke Hudafelt sternly shouted, quieting the noisy nobles, please remember your identity, this is the governor's mansion. After these words came out, all the nobles present were stunned for a moment, and they all fell silent. Some even turned pale, realizing that there was something wrong with their previous remarks. Your Highness' words are golden, and once spoken, they are like water spilled on the ground. Naturally, there is no reason to change them at will. Duke Hudafelt said to them seriously, changing orders every day is a slap in the face of your Highness and also a slap in the face of Bunatelaya. As one of the 8 famous families in Bunatelaya, I will never allow this to happen, so we need to think about your demands in the long run. Duke Hudafelt. We understand. Duke Hudafelt is right. Although they didn't know what Duke Hudafelt had experienced and what he had said to Yang Hui, the sudden change in attitude showed that this matter was by no means as simple as they imagined, and Duke Hudafelt had already given them a hint, so they would not continue to make trouble here. And Duke Hudafelt was right. After all, Yang Hui was a prince with real power. Hitting him in the face was a slap in the face of the royal family, a slap in the face of Bunatelaya, and also a slap in the face of themselves. The nobles turned around and left the governor mansion. Duke Hudafelt didn't want to stay here any longer. Yang Hui's threat did play a big role, but as one of the 8 famous families, Duke Hudafelt could not be threatened by a few words, let alone a fool. He also had to think about how to deal with the relationship with Yang Hui next. However, when Duke Hudafelt passed by Rini Rujita suddenly stopped him and said something in his ear, which made him stun for a moment and looked at Rini Rujita in surprise. Really? Yes. I'll consider it. Rini Rujita nodded after hearing this, and after sending the last Duke Hudafelt away, he returned to Yang Hui's study. Mr. Yang Hui. Are you all gone? Yes, Duke Hudafelt has already sided with you. It won't be that simple. Yang Hui shook his head. Although he had used the terrible murderous aura he had accumulated on the battlefield to shock Duke Hudafelt at the beginning, it was only temporary. Duke Hudafelt, who could maintain his position as one of the 8 famous families, could not be dealt with so easily. I told him about that. What did he say? Yang Hui was not angry because of Rini Rujita's presumptuous decision, but was more concerned about the result. He said he would consider it. I see, go down. Yes. On the other side, the nobles naturally wanted to know more, including the conversation between Duke Hudafelt and Yang Hui. After leaving the governor mansion, they did not leave directly, but planned to go to the Hudefeld mansion together to discuss the follow-up plan. But Duke Hudefeld, contrary to his usual behavior, told them that he was tired and needed to rest, and asked them to go back. Although the nobles were very curious and anxious, the Duke of Hudefeld was their leader. Since he had said so, they could only temporarily suppress their curiosity and anxiety, and go home and look for the Duke of Hudefeld tomorrow. The Duke of Hudefeld returned home with a heavy heart, and happened to see the woman who was cleaning. "You're back." "Yes." "What did that kid say?" The wife of the Duke of Hudefeld, who was also the daughter of the Earl of the Empire, was spoiled since childhood and was used to being domineering in the concession. There was no respect for Yang Hui in her words. "You'd better put away your arrogance, Margaret." "Humph. A brat who is still wet behind the ears is at most a reckless man who can only fight. Wait for me in the study." The Duke of Hudefeld paused for a moment and asked her to go to the study with him. The Duchess heard this with a disdainful expression on her face, but she still walked towards the study. After all, she was just a duchess, and Duke Hudefeld could tolerate her arrogance, but she knew that she couldn't go too far. "You go down and have a rest," Duke Hudefeld said to the woman who was cleaning. "Yes, Your Excellency." "Go and clean up. I'll take you to the governor's mansion later." "Your Excellency? What are you doing?" "Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to you, it's just, you have a good son." Duke Hudefeld finished speaking, and didn't explain much. He went upstairs to the study under the woman's confused and fearful eyes. "What? Did he agree today?" the Duchess asked when she saw Duke Hudefeld coming. Haha, do you really think you're that great just because you're a prince? This isn't your homeland. You'd better be more respectful to him, Margaret." The Duchess was stunned when she heard that, put down her teacup, and asked in confusion, "What happened? How could you say such a thing?" "His Highness Yang Hui is scarier than we thought," Duke Hudefeld said with lingering fear. "Why? Did he threaten you with a gun?" "No, but it doesn't have to be a gun." "So what happened?" Then, Duke Hudefeld told the Duchess what happened between him and Yang Hui. Of course, he kept some of it secret because he knew the Duchess's character very well. If she knew some things, it would only cause trouble. He is too presumptuous. You are the presumptuous, Margaret. No matter how you view him, he is the fourth prince of the empire and the governor of 11, appointed by His Majesty himself. And don't forget, he is also accompanied by His Highness Cornelia and His Highness Clovis. So what? This is Sakura. No, it should be called 11. It's not the mainland, nor is it 10. Isn't there an old saying in the big country next door? A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Haha, that depends on what kind of dragon it is. No matter how powerful the local snake is, it's just a snake. Duke Hudefeld shook his head and smiled. At first, he had the same idea as the Duchess. A reckless man who only knew how to fight could be easily controlled, but now, that kind of murderous aura was really something he could not bear. The murderous aura conveyed to him really angered Yang Hui, and he didn't mind killing. Are you scared? Yes. Oh, you have to know that what Yang Hui did was to throw the nobles' faces on the ground. He has already angered the public and will not have a good end. I don't think so. We can't fall out with His Highness now. His Highness Yang Hui must be hiding something we don't know. We must investigate it clearly. We must not fall out with him before that. Okay, I know. By the way, I will send her to the governor's mansion in the evening. What do you mean? When the Duchess mentioned the woman outside, she was furious. No woman could accept her husband mentioning his mistress in front of her, and this mistress even gave birth to a child for him. But she could only be angry and raise the daughter born by the mistress as her own daughter, because she did not have the ability to carry on the family line of the Hudefeld family. Her son has joined the Knights of Nightmare. Oh, birds of a feather flock together. They even collect garbage from 11. It seems that the Knights of Nightmare are just like that, a garbage recycling station. Enough. Duke Hudefeld shouted, scaring the Duchess. I said, control your attitude. I understand. I'll pay attention. Duke Hudefeld is usually very tolerant of the Duchess, but His Majesty as the head of the family is not weak at all. When this momentum is pressed on the shoulders of the Duchess, the usually arrogant and domineering Duchess can only become a timid kitten. You go down first. The Duchess got up and left the study. Duke Hudefeld poured herself a glass of red wine. The red wine glass was shaken in her hand, and the bright red wine swirled in the glass, just like Duke Hudefeld's thoughts, which kept spinning. Chapter 751, Zudefeld's Letter of Allegiance. The governor's mansion welcomed a special guest. The woman dressed up in a gorgeous outfit came to Yang Hui's study under the leadership of Duke Hudefeld. Duke Hudefeld, who is this? This is the biological mother of Hongai Naoto, His Highness Yang Hui. The woman looked at Yang Hui with some fear, and quickly lowered her head and dared not look at him. Well, Yang Hui thought for a while, and said to Rini Regida, who was standing beside him, take her to the lounge next door, call Naoto, and let them wait for me on the side. Yes, Your Highness. In fear, Hongai Naoto's mother left the study under the leadership of Rini Regida, leaving only Yang Hui and Duke Hudefeld. Is this a token of allegiance, Duke Hudefeld? Yang Hui asked calmly. Yes, Your Highness. Yang Hui smiled coldly and looked at Duke Hudefeld with interest. Duke Hudefeld was frightened by Yang Hui's eyes and broke into cold sweat. The terrible experience during the day kept impacting his rationality. Yang Hui's meaning was very clear. He did not intend to let go of what they did, and his pledge of allegiance was not enough. Your Highness, I can help you convince other nobles and lead them to support you in controlling. 11. That's not necessary, Duke Hudefeld. Yang Hui stood up, walked to Duke Hudefeld, and asked him calmly, do you know the 6 families of Kyoto? No. The last time you contacted them, you contacted local officials, right? How did you know? Duke Hudefeld looked at Yang Hui with horror. Have you contacted them since then? No. I heard from others that they were all dismissed and investigated. Have you heard the reason? No. Have the 6 families of Kyoto contacted them? No. I just helped them contact the mainland once, and then I cut off contact, and then that incident happened. Really? Yes, Your Highness, please believe me first, I don't have much connection with them. I just have normal business dealings with the 6 families of Kyoto. You know, although the concession has a high status in 11, all business activities were previously controlled by the 6 families of Kyoto. If you want to successfully take root in 11, you must contact them at that time. So you united a large number of nobles to form a federation? The 6 families of Kyoto also have seats in this federation. Yes, Your Highness, but this is just normal business behavior. Then take a look at this, and talk about it after you finish reading it. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui threw a document to Duke Hudefeld. Duke Hudefeld quickly caught the document and started to read it. This. Duke Hudefeld couldn't believe his eyes, looking at Yang Hui in disbelief. Your Highness. Is this true? It was found in the secret vault of the 6 families in Kyoto, and the detailed information about those people was handed over not long ago, fresh out of the oven. But, how dare they? This is treason. So, Duke Hudefeld, you must be careful when making friends. Yang Hui patted him on the shoulder and said to him earnestly. Your Highness. This is just their personal behavior, I don't know anything about it, Your Highness. Now Duke Hudefeld no longer wants to look at the relationship between himself and Yang Hui, he just wants to clear himself from certain people. The information recorded in the documents, the things those people have done, any one of them is enough to meet the standard of treason. If he is implicated, even if he is one of the 8 famous families, the result will only be destruction. Bunitalia has 0 tolerance for treason. I know. Yang Hui walked aside, poured himself a cup of black tea and took a sip. If you knew, your name would also appear in the document in your hand. Thank you, Your Highness. So, you know what to do, right? Your Highness means. Lakshita and Lloyd have been applying for research funds from me all day long. They have used up all their efforts, but I am also in a difficult situation. My personal assets have long been spent by them. Even a mouse would cry when seeing them. It's not just me. My sister and Clovis don't have much money either, so. I understand, Your Highness, I will offer you. No, you misunderstood, Duke of Hudefeld. Yang Hui shook his head and interrupted Duke Hudefeld. Leave professional matters to professionals. You are one of the 8 famous families in Bunitalia. You can't ruin your reputation, otherwise the reputation of the empire will also be damaged. This. Duke Hudefeld thought about it and understood what he should do. Please rest assured, Your Highness, I know what to do. Well, very good, sit down. Hearing this, Yang Hui nodded with satisfaction, sat on the sofa for rest, and pointed to the empty sofa next to him. Thank you, Your Highness. In the lounge next door, the woman was fidgeting, her heart full of trepidation. Duke Hudafelt dressed her up very beautifully, but brought her to the governor's mansion and handed her over to Yang Hui, which made her think of a bad thing. At the same time, because the Duke told her that his son worked under Yang Hui, she began to worry about her son. That was her belief in survival. Why did Yang Hui take a fancy to her son who worked under the legendary Nightmare? Is he living well? Is he bullied? These questions lingered in her mind. Until... Knock knock, come in. Lord Regetta, you called me here so late. Mom. Why are you here? The moment Hongai Naoto saw his mother when he pushed the door open, he was stunned. Moreover, she was dressed so beautifully, and the dress and jewelry she wore were something their family could never afford in their lifetime. Naoto. Are you okay? She hadn't seen Naoto Kazuki for a few days. Although Naoto Kazuki had been telling her on the phone that he was working and might not be home for a short time, she was still very worried. I'm fine, Mom. Naoto Kazuki shook his head. After joining the Nightmare Knights, he was sent to the rookie camp and trained with the new members of the Knights. At first, some people looked down on him, but not because of his 11 identity, but because he looked a little thin. In training again and again, Naoto Kazuki also proved himself with his actions and was recognized and respected by others. That's good, that's good. But Mom, why are you here? Naoto Kazuki asked anxiously. I don't know either. The woman lowered her head. She didn't know if her guess was correct. Moreover, she saw that Naoto Kazuki was wearing very clean clothes and was stronger and more energetic than before. She felt that her guess might not be correct, so she didn't say it. Lord Regetta, what's going on? Naoto Kazuki couldn't get the answer from his mother, so he turned to ask Regina Regetta. Be patient. Rini Regetta maintained a standard smile to comfort Naoto Kazuki. Wait here for a moment, His Highness will be here later. If you have any questions, you can ask His Highness directly. Oh, okay, I got it. Time passed by minute, and the three of them waited with different feelings. Not long after, Yang Hui pushed the door open and walked in. Your Highness. Rini Regetta and Naoto Kazuki saluted Yang Hui. The woman was a little flustered, and followed Naoto Kazuki's example, but the result was, PFFT madam, don't be so nervous. Yang Hui couldn't help but laugh to ease the woman's nervousness. Naoto performed the knight salute. You are not my knight, so you don't need to perform the knight salute. Ah. Yes. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I said, don't be so nervous, madam. Yang Hui looked at the woman who was at a loss, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, may I ask what's going on with you? Why is your mother here? And you are my reserve knight, so naturally the treatment of your family will be improved. Yang Hui sat leisurely opposite them and explained to them, originally, I was planning to pick up my wife in person in a few days, but I didn't expect Duke Hudafelt to send his wife here tonight. Is that so? The red man Naoto suddenly realized. He had heard it more than once after training. Yang Hui was very protective of his own people, even those subordinates whose names he could not remember. The treatment of the Nightmare Knights was definitely the best among all existing knightly orders, even the Knights of the Round Table could not compare to it. Well, so madam, you don't have to be nervous. Thank you, Your Highness. Well, Naoto is my apprentice knight, and he is growing very fast. It will probably be promoted to a formal knight in no time. As Naoto's mother, you naturally can't continue to be a maid in the Hudafelt family. I have prepared a new house for you. You can live there in the future, and the knight's family also enjoys generous treatment and doesn't have to worry about life anymore. Your Highness. But I still hope to continue working in the Hudafelt family. The woman said in a panic, but in the panic there was an unshakable determination. Mother. Why? Hongai Naoto didn't understand. The previous job was just for the livelihood of the family. Now that he didn't have to worry about life anymore, why did he insist on working as a servant in the noble family? This. It seems that you haven't told Naoto yet. Yang Hui sighed when he saw this. Hongai Naoto probably didn't know that he had a half-sister. Yes. The woman lowered her head and replied. Her voice was very low, and she didn't dare to look at Hongai Naoto. Mom? What are you hiding from me? Naoto Kazuki asked. This. Madam, I personally think Naoto has the right to know. The woman hesitated for a while, and finally mustered up the courage to say to Naoto Kazuki, Naoto, you have a sister, her name is Colin Hudefeld. Huh? Chapter 752, Zudefeld chooses to board the ship. Naoto Kazuki was completely stunned. He looked at his mother and then at Yang Hui. I really have a sister. The woman nodded. Her name is Karen Hudefeld. The woman nodded again. She is the eldest daughter of Hudefeld. The woman nodded 3 times. Naoto Kazuki lowered his head, a little absent-minded. I'm sorry, Naoto, I know you feel bad, but I also have my own difficulties. As she spoke, the woman began to cry. She knew that it was shameful for her to be someone else's mistress and give birth to a child, so she had never told her son. No, Mom. Naoto Kazuki knew that his mother had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, Mom, I know you were having a hard time, but, hey, you should have told me the first time. Is Naoto Kazuki sad? Of course he is sad. Who wants his mother to be a mistress without a name? But he can understand his mother. His father died when he was very young. As a housewife, she raised him up alone, which required unimaginable efforts and costs for ordinary people. But the most sad thing for him was not here, but, among the people present, the last one to know was actually his son and brother. Naoto. It's really okay, Mom, I can understand. Woo. The woman covered her mouth and cried. What she feared most was that Naoto Kazuki would not understand after knowing, so she didn't dare to tell him. It's okay, Mom. Naoto Kazuki gently hugged his mother and patted her back. Yang Hui and Regina did not interrupt or watch the show, but just quietly waited for them to adjust their emotions and calm down. After a few minutes, the woman's emotions were released, and she calmed down under the comfort of Hongayu's Hiron. Then Yang Hui continued, Madam, no matter what, you can't go to the Hudefeld family as a servant anymore. After all, Xiron is my knight. If you don't consider yourself, you have to consider Xiron. But, the woman understood what Yang Hui meant. The prince is knight, but his family is the servants of the noble family, which is embarrassing for Yang Hui. Even if Yang Hui doesn't care, Hongayu's Hiron will be despised by outsiders, and don't forget that Hongayu's Hiron is 11, with natural disadvantages. But she really wanted to accompany her daughter, worried about whether she would live well in the big family, whether she would be bullied by her stepmother or something. So, I have discussed with the Duke of Hudefeld. You now have 2 choices. One is to take your daughter back and raise her yourself. After all, you don't have to worry about your livelihood now, and Naoto also has a salary, so there is no problem in raising her up. The second is to keep her in the Hudefeld family and continue to be the eldest daughter of the Hudefeld family. You have the opportunity to visit her once in the middle and at the end of each month. Of course, Naoto can also visit with you. This. I need to think about it. The woman was entangled. If it were for her, she would certainly want to choose the former, so that she could always be with her daughter. But she felt that doing so was very selfish. Karen was the daughter of the Duke of Hudefeld, there was no doubt about that. The Duke of Hudefeld was also very good to Karen and did not dislike the half of the 11 blood in her body. And the Duchess, although as a stepmother, she didn't like Karen very much, she didn't show too much hatred, and didn't make things difficult for Karen. She was just particularly strict with her studies and other aspects. Colin stayed in the Hudefeld family as the eldest daughter. Both her life and education were top-notch, which was something the woman could not give Colin. Your Highness, I choose the second one. After a complex psychological struggle, the woman made a decision. Are you sure? Yes. You are a great mother. Yang Hui was also very clear about the difference between the former and the latter. No matter which one the woman chose, he thought it was understandable. The former was a mother's selfishness, while the latter was a mother's selflessness. The former was understandable and the latter was worthy of respect. Your Highness, you are too kind. As long as I can see Colin and Naoto is safe, I will be satisfied. The woman stood up and bowed to Yang Hui to express her gratitude. Well, go ahead, someone will take you to your new residence. Thank you very much. Yes, Your Highness. With gratitude to Yang Hui, Hongai Naoto took his mother out of the governor mansion and went to the new home to start a new life. Yang Hui stood in front of the French window and watched the mother and son leave. Mr. Yang Hui is still so gentle. Rini Regita said suddenly. Gentle? Haha. Yang Hui laughed and shook his head. If Duke Hudefeld heard this, he would probably beat you up. Rini Regita smiled but said nothing. That's... At this moment, Yang Hui saw several figures on the street, his eyes fixed, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that the so-called noble association is not very united. Sure enough, the nobles are all like this, Regita. Yes, Mr. Yang Hui, I will arrange someone to follow. Well, go. Duke Hudefeld left the mansion with his people and returned home alone. The Duchess, who should have gone to bed, had been waiting for him in the hall. Why haven't you slept yet? Duke Hudefeld asked in surprise. Can't sleep, did she send her out? The Duchess asked. She has been restless since Duke Hudefeld got angry with her. Duke Hudefeld glanced at the corner of the second floor and deliberately raised his voice. She has been handed over to His Highness. That's good. I didn't expect Our Highness to like that kind of woman. No, you think too much? Duke Hudefeld shook his head and interrupted the Duchess. His Highness Yang Hui is more terrible than we thought. He didn't want to take that woman away to satisfy his own desires. What is that? The woman's son, Naoto Kazuki, is an apprentice knight of the Nightmare Knights. Tisk, what a lucky woman. What else? What else did you say? Let's go to the study. Duke Hudefeld glanced at the second floor again. The information that should be conveyed had been conveyed. The following content was not something that the lovely eavesdropper could hear. Okay. After the two went up to the second floor, they looked at the corner of the stairs at the same time. Not seeing anyone, they walked into the study together. At this moment, the red-haired little girl hiding behind the pillar finally breathed a sigh of relief and breathed heavily. My mother's son? Could it be my brother? He went to His Royal Highness Yang Hui. His Royal Highness Yang Hui. I must find a chance to go and see him. Thinking of this, Karen quickly ran back to her room and planned to make a plan. At the same time, the Duchess also learned from the Duke of Hudefeld that there was a traitor in the noble union. How is this possible? The Duchess' first reaction was to disbelieve it. She often came into contact with those nobles. Although there were many people who coveted profits, they were not brave people. It was impossible to imagine where they had the courage to betray their country. A great man once said that when the profit reached 100%, they dared to trample on all the laws of the world. When the profit reached 300%, they dared to risk being hanged. It seems that our vision of looking at people is still lacking, whether it is them or that prince. Duke Hudefeld sighed and said, what are you going to do? What else can we do? Duke Hudefeld laughed bitterly at himself. That prince is quite easy to serve. He won't do anything to us if we are obedient. So we can only watch, 11, riding on our heads. No, His Highness is a fair and firm man. What he says is what it is. The rights of 11 have indeed been improved, but they will not exceed those of the Bunitarians, as long as we don't cause trouble. Okay, I get it, I will restrain myself. The Duchess wanted to say something else, but when she saw her husband's tired face, she swallowed it back. Well, start implementing His Highness's plan tomorrow. On the surface, be close to their families, but secretly cut off all contact with them. It must be secret and not let them notice the problem. I'll do it. It happens that Mrs. Maxey invites me to a tea party tomorrow. By the way, do we need to continue to investigate His Highness? No need. Duke Hudefeld laughed bitterly. Your Highness definitely has a terrible intelligence network in his hands, otherwise how could he get such secret information? Investigating His Highness is likely to anger His Highness. Okay, I get it. Don't be so depressed. Seeing that the Duchess became frustrated and depressed, the Duke of Hudefeld walked to the Duchess and sat down, holding her little hand. This may be an opportunity for us. Opportunity. Duke Hudefeld nodded seriously. Yes, opportunity. In the future, 11, will be the world of His Highness Yang Hui. Everything is in his hands. In the future, in 11, no background will be more powerful than His Highness. As long as we plan to stay in 11, we must get on this big ship as soon as possible. At least among the nobles in the concession, no one can match our status, and because of that woman, we have already established a connection with His Highness. If we don't seize this opportunity, it will be difficult to get on board in the future. But, what if His Highness Yang Hui abandons us? then we must ensure that we are always valuable to him and let His Highness know that we are always useful. Duke Hudafelt said. But it's still very dangerous. Just in case, we'd better make preparations for both situations. It's better not. Duke Hudafelt shook his head in objection. Your Highness is a governor who fought on the battlefield. According to my understanding, the most annoying thing about this kind of person is the fickle fence-sitter, and we have all heard rumors about His Highness. He is very protective of his own people and is very good to his own people, just like that woman and his son. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chapter 753, Little Stalker. The nets had been set up, the stakes were in place, and Yang Hui returned to his leisurely daily life. Hey, boss, why are you setting up a stall at this time? It was still a small food stall in front of the governor mansion. It was obvious that the boss had made some money, so the cart was expanded a bit, and new varieties of goods were added. Of course I'm waiting for you, Your Highness. The boss smiled frankly. Your Highness appreciates my cooking skills, so I will definitely wait here and welcome your arrival at any time. Besides, because of Your Highness's praise, I have also made a lot of money. Haha, thank you very much. I must order 2 servings of takoyaki, and the rest. Wow. There are also spicy noodles and dumplings from next door? Boss, that's okay. I secretly inquired about it, and Your Highness seems to like the culture and food of the neighboring big country very much, so I specially learned it. I just don't know if the taste suits your appetite. Wow? In that case, 2 servings of spicy noodles and dumplings each. Okay, Your Highness, please wait a moment. With the boss busy, 2 servings of takoyaki, 2 servings of spicy noodles and 2 servings of dumplings were quickly prepared. The person who served as Yang Hui's bodyguard today was that is, Boo Boo. Come, have a taste. Thank you, Your Highness. Boo Boo took the snack and opened the mouth area of the mask, and started eating with Yang Hui. At first, neither he, Senba, nor Kai and I would be so casual, but after more contact with Yang Hui, they got to know Yang Hui better and got used to his casualness. The boss stood quietly by the side, waiting for Yang Hui's evaluation, for the previous favor, and also hoping that Yang Hui would advertise for free again. The craftsmanship of takoyaki is still so good, but these dumplings and spicy noodles. If you use the standard of 11, they are delicious, but not authentic. Yang Hui gave the most accurate evaluation. Is that so? The boss was a little disappointed because he failed to satisfy Yang Hui. Well, don't be discouraged. The current flavor will definitely sell well. But it can't satisfy Your Highness's taste. Haha, that's because you are too arrogant, boss. Every delicacy in that country has been passed down through the long river of history. If you can learn the essence so quickly, then you are underestimating the sedimentation of history. Yet, in that case, I plan to save some money to travel to that country and learn from the locals. That's a good idea. It's good to have the opportunity to go out more and experience different humanities. Thank you, Your Highness. Okay, keep up the good work. I'm leaving first. Well, take care, Your Highness. Yang Hui and Boo Boo left after eating, and they brought a huge income to the snack stand, which made the boss more determined to support Yang Hui and more determined to satisfy Yang Hui's appetite. After casually strolling around the street for a while, Yang Hui finally walked to a park and sat down. Boo Boo whispered in his ear, Your Highness. Yeah, I know. Yang Hui glanced at the bushes beside him. A bright red hair is not so easy to hide. Go and bring her here. Yes, Your Highness. Boo Boo nodded. He seemed to be walking casually, but he was quietly approaching the bushes. When the other party entered Boo Boo's capture range, Boo Boo made a move like lightning and picked up the little girl hiding in the bushes. Wow. What are you doing? She fluttered in the air with her teeth and claws bared, staring at Boo Boo angrily. Who are you? Why are you following us? Boo Boo asked in a low voice. I didn't follow His Highness Yang Hui. Obviously, although the little girl was frightened by Boo Boo, she still held back her tears and stiffened her neck to argue. No following? Then how do you know that it is His Highness Yang Hui? His Highness is very handsome. I can recognize him at first sight. Puff. Ho ha ho ha. Yang Hui, who was sitting aside watching the show, couldn't help laughing. He walked over and pinched the little girl's face. Well, I like to listen. Say more. Huh? What? Did you lie just now? No. I didn't lie. His Highness is very handsome. What else? Well, very powerful. Why do you use a questioning tone? Because I don't know. Haha, okay, B, put her down. Yes, you're high. Gurgle. The sound of a rumbling stomach suddenly reached the ears of Yang Hui and Boo Boo. They both looked down at the little girl at the same time, and saw that she was blushing and holding her stomach. Buy a crepe by the way. Yang Hui asked the little girl, what flavor do you like? Strawberry and grape. No. I'm not hungry. Strawberry and grape combination, go for it. PFFT. Yes, Your Highness. Boo Boo held back his smile and walked towards the crepe food truck next to the park, while Yang Hui sat with the little girl and waited. Why are you following me? I didn't follow you. The little girl was still quibbling, unwilling to admit it. What's your name? Karen Hudefeld. Okay Karen, since you're not following me, then I'll contact Duke Hudefeld to pick you up. There's no one around you, you ran away secretly, right? The Duke and his family will be worried. No. Karen objected immediately when she heard that Yang Hui was going to notify Duke Hudefeld to pick her up, and her little head was about to have a residual image. What's wrong? Your Highness, please don't tell my father. If my father knows, I will be miserable. Karen pleaded pitifully. Then you dare to sneak out. That? I just. Karen lowered her head and dared not speak. Just worried about your biological mother. Yet, Karen was still worried, and subconsciously nodded softly, then immediately reacted and looked up at Yang Hui. Your Highness, how did you know? Because Yes, you know everything. Wow. Your Highness is so amazing. Right. Boo Boo had already returned with the crepes, and seeing Yang Hui teasing Karen, he couldn't help but smile. Your Highness, a crepe with strawberry and grape flavors. Well, take it and eat it. Yang Hui took the crepe and handed it to Karen. Wow. Can I really eat it? Karen looked at the crepe in her hand with shining eyes, and the little stars twinkled. The little girl really had no resistance to such cute and delicious things. I bought it for you, of course you can eat it. Yes. Karen opened her little mouth and took a bite. The little stars in his eyes were about to evolve into stars, and he covered his face with his hands and was intoxicated. Is it delicious? Very delicious. It's okay as long as it tastes good. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. It's a small matter. Boo Boo stood quietly aside, and Yang Hui also watched Karen enjoy the crepe in his hand with a smile on his face, until she ate it all up one bite at a time. Do you want to eat more? Yes. No more. Huh? Karen looked at Yang Hui angrily. Even though she was still a child, she knew that Yang Hui was teasing her. It's okay to eat it once in a while, but eating too much is not good for your health. Yang Hui rubbed Karen's little head and smiled. Huh? Really? Of course. For example, you will gain weight. Fat like a ball. Yang Hui pinched Karen's face and said. Huh? Then I won't eat it. Sure enough, for women, the lethality of gaining weight is not limited to any age group. Haha. Your Highness. Okay, let's go. Where to? Of course I'm sending you home. I don't want to. Karen muttered with her head down. I haven't seen my mother yet. So I'm taking you home. Yang Hui put his hand on Karen's little head again, comforting her loss. Where your biological mother lives is also your home. Then Your Highness, do I have two homes? Karen asked expectantly. Yes, are you happy? Happy? If you are happy, you should be obedient and don't sneak away again, understand? Got it. Then let's go. Yes. After reaching an agreement, Yang Hui held Karen's little hand and prepared to leave the park. As a result, they didn't walk far before they saw a scene that made Yang Hui dissatisfied. Several big men were surrounding a young couple. It seemed that they were really bullying them. Judging from their appearance and clothes, those big men were battalions, dressed luxuriously, and might be nobles, while the young couple were dressed simply and should be ordinary civilians. And, 11. Your Highness. Go ahead. Yes, Your Highness. With Yang Hui's permission, Boo Boo quickly ran over to separate the two groups of people and stood in front of the young couple. Who are you? How dare you ruin our good thing? Do you know who we are? Look, the badge on his chest. He is from the Nightmare. The reputation of the Nightmare Knights is still very big, both for 11 and the Bunitarians. After all, they have created many miraculous records and are the real battlefield death gods. Even the Bunitarians are afraid of the Nightmare Knights. So what? The leading Bunitalian was trembling with his legs, but he still pretended to be tough for the sake of face. We are nobles. He is at best a knight. His status is not as noble as ours. Yes, that's right. We are nobles. I order you to get out of my way. Boo Boo looked at the group of mentally defective nobles in front of him. They were obviously a group of second-generation rich people. If his status had not changed, he would have probably drawn his sword and killed them. I'm sorry, but the Nightmare Knights only obey your orders. Lolly Knight, I am a noble. I told my father that I am Count Ayrton. He is a favorite of your highness. As long as I tell my father and ask him to go to your highness and sue you, do you know that you? Oh? Why don't I know that there is a favorite of mine called Count Ayrton? The sudden voice stunned the arrogant second-generation rich people. This voice felt very familiar and frightened them. They hurriedly turned around and almost wet their pants. Your Highness. Chapter 754. I'll treat you next time. Your Highness. You. Why are you here? Why? Can't I come here? Or do I need your approval to go anywhere? Yang Hui's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the heavy momentum made several second-generation rich people unable to stand up. Their crotches slowly became wet, and a foul smell filled the air. No. Your Highness. You can go wherever you want. Yang Hui looked at them contemptuously, then turned his head and asked the young couple behind Boo Boo, what's going on? Gulu Yang. Your Highness Yang Hui. We. Calm down and explain what happened. Yes. This is what happened. According to the young man's account, they were just shopping and dating as usual, and then this group of second-generation rich people suddenly surrounded them and said they wanted to take the young woman away to be a maid, and they were full of foul language, not treating them as human beings at all. The young woman was naturally unwilling and directly rejected this group of second-generation rich people, but how could they just let it go? They surrounded them and prepared to attack them and forcibly take the young woman away. Fortunately, Yang Hui saw them in time, and Boo Boo stopped several second-generation rich people. Is what he said true? Yang Hui looked at the second-generation rich people who were still unable to stand up on the ground and asked coldly. No. He is slandering. The second-generation rich people still have some IQ. They can obviously feel that Yang Hui is in a bad mood and intends to protect the 2-11, so they deny it flatly. Really? Yang Hui's tone became even colder. Yes, we didn't. They insisted on pestering us. It's that woman. She pestered us and insisted that we take her as a maid. The lowly 11 wanted to cling to our status. Haha. Yang Hui smiled coldly. Do these people really think he is blind? Can you think about the reason you made up first? You. Yang Hui pointed at a random bystander. Did you see it? See. I saw it. Who said it was true? Yes. The person Yang Hui pointed at was also an 11, and he was a coward at first glance. He was just watching the show, and didn't want to be involved in trouble, and he was also afraid of being retaliated. So, when Yang Hui saw that his eyes were fixed on the nobles, he reminded him before he spoke, I will have someone investigate this matter. If you give false testimony, do you know the consequences? No. I dare not. Your Highness, it was the young man and woman who said it was true. Frightened by Yang Hui, the cowardly man couldn't stand it and quickly told the truth. You. Yang Hui pointed at another Bunitarian, proving that the young couple were victims, and several second-generation rich were quibbling. What else do you have to say? Yang Hui asked coldly. Your Highness, they are just lowly 11, our slaves, we are Bunitalians, and nobles. Pa. After finally standing up, he was slapped to the ground by Yang Hui again. Nobles? You dare to say you are nobles? Yang Hui's tone became colder and colder, and the murderous aura on his body became stronger and stronger. You use your numbers to bully the few, bully men and women, is this what you call nobility? You have disgraced the face of the nobility and the face of Bunitalia. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was stunned. No one expected Yang Hui to say such a thing. They all thought that Yang Hui would favor those second-generation rich kids. After all, they were all Bunitalians, and nobles, and one of them was the son of a count. Nobility has always been more than a title. There are also corresponding moral qualities and responsibilities. What's the difference between your behavior and those of hooligans and robbers? Are the nobles of Bunitalia a group of hooligans and robbers? No. I dare not. Your Highness. We. Also, 11, is my territory. Everyone in my territory, whether they are Bunitalians or, 11, are my people. When have my people been your slaves? This. Your Highness. We didn't. B. Your Highness. According to the decree I issued, how should we deal with those who cause trouble in the streets and forcibly occupy civilians? According to the decree issued by Your Highness, the above two crimes will be punished with 10 lashes, 1 year in prison, and deportation after release from prison. Send someone to take him away. Yes, Your Highness. Wait. Your Highness. We are nobles. My father is Count Durton. You can't. I am the only son of the Emil family. I am. The second generation rich moved out of their own families to ask Yang Hui to let them go. After all, they used to be arrogant and domineering in the concession and Sakura country because of their families, and they did countless bad things without any harm. This time they used the same method. But unfortunately, Yang Hui was not anyone they had faced before. You better be. At this time, Yang Hui had a cold and dangerous smile on his face, otherwise I can't find an excuse to deal with him. This. The second generation rich knew that this time, they really got into trouble. Not only would they not be rescued by their families, but they would even cause their families to suffer together. In the end, the Boo department called someone to take them away, and the young couple also went to the police station with them. The onlookers also asked questions. Although the general process of the incident was clear, the formal procedures still had to be followed. It seems that it is not suitable to go out today. Let's go. I'll take you back. Yang Hui was not in the mood to stroll around and relax at this time. He knew that the families of those second-generation rich people would come to the door soon, and he had no time to take Karen to see her biological mother. He could only take her back to the Hudefeld family. Okay, Your Highness. To Yang Hui's surprise, Karen did not have any dissatisfaction or loss, but was a little excited. You were not scared? Yang Hui asked Karen in surprise. After all, his murderous aura and oppression and the last dangerous smile scared many people. Even the young couple he saved were the same. They were more afraid than grateful. No, Your Highness is so handsome. Karen raised her fist excitedly. People like this should be punished. Huh? Why? Because they are obviously a few grown men, but they bully the weak with their numbers, and they also want to occupy that sister. They rely on their status to do evil, which is simply hateful. Ha ha. Yang Hui smiled happily and rubbed Karen's head. It seems that it is not without reason that Karen was influenced by Hongai Unaoto in the future and finally joined the Black Knights to resist Bunitalia. It is quite righteous at such a young age. Your Highness, what are you laughing at? Laughing at you being cute. Your Highness. Little Karen turned into puffy face again. Okay, let's go. Oh. Yang Hui sent Karen back to the Hudefeld family. Because the Duke and Duchess of Hudefeld were not there, he gave a few instructions to the housekeeper and left. Your Highness. Karen called Yang Hui when she was leaving. What's wrong? Can I see Your Highness again in the future? Karen asked worriedly and expectantly. Haha, I'll take you to eat crepes next time. Yes, that's great. After leaving the Hudefeld's mansion, Yang Hui went straight back to the governor mansion. As expected, the heads of those families were waiting for him in front of the gate of the governor mansion. Your Highness. My son is very offensive, but he is really a good boy. He is really not like this on weekdays. I suspect that those lowly, 11, colluded to frame my son. He usually. Enough. Yang Hui felt irritated listening to these nobles chirping in his ears. He shouted loudly to make them quiet down. So you think I was deceived too, right? No. Feeling the biting coldness in Yang Hui's eyes, the nobles' tongues began to knot. Or am I blind? Your Highness, that's not what we mean. Then what do you mean? We just suspect that this matter is too strange. These children are usually very well behaved and would never do such a thing. Besides, you happened to appear at the scene. We suspect, yes, it's a conspiracy of the resistance organization. In order to weaken the strength of Bunitalia. Yang Hui sneered and shook his head. I think that even if I kill them directly, it will not affect the strength of Bunitalia. I don't think the resistance organization is so smart and so brainless at the same time. But. Okay, stop talking. Yang Hui interrupted the nobles directly. He was really afraid that they would continue to brag about their useless sons and make him vomit. I think you know best what kind of people your sons are. My judgment will not change. If you still think I have wronged them, I will let my people check it carefully to see what good things they have done over the years. This. Your Highness, I don't think there is any need to investigate. Yes, my son violated your Highness's decree and should be punished. Yang Hui's mouth curled up in a cold arc. These old guys perfectly interpreted the bad nature of the decadent aristocracy. They cared about their children when it didn't involve themselves, but they immediately turned their faces and refused to recognize them once they might be involved. Go down. The governor's mansion is a place for work, not a place for you to make trouble. Yes, your Highness. After everyone left, Regina walked in and said to Yang Hui with a smile, "Mr. Yang Hui, I guess all the headlines of tomorrow's news will be your name. You will be famous again." "Oh, I would rather not be famous. A good day has been ruined. These rubbish, I can't help but kill them all." Yang Hui complained unhappily. "This is a good thing, Mr. Yang Hui. After this incident, 11 will believe that the decree you issued is not just empty talk, but really gives them equal rights and interests. This can accelerate the return of 11, ensure the stability of the territory, and even curb the rise of resistance organizations. Well, forget it, don't think about it. What plans do I have tomorrow?" Yang Hui waved his hand and asked. "Tomorrow morning is the joint training of the Nightmare Knights. You said you would attend in person. In the afternoon, you will go to the research department. Minister Lakshita and Deputy Minister Lloyd have made new progress in their research. In the evening, I will have dinner with Lelouch, Nunnally and Miss Remy at the Ashford family. Well, that's it. Wait, notify the Hudefeld family. I will take Karen with me tomorrow night." "Karen? Miss Karen Hudefeld?" "Yes, that's the cute stalker." Chapter 755, The Sealed Project Zero, The Opened Temple. "Your Highness, you are here." Seeing Yang Hui coming, Lloyd was as excited as a child who got a perfect score on the test showing off his grades. "It seems that you have made good progress, Sir Lloyd." "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't have invited you." "Then let's wait and see. This way, please." Under Lloyd's leadership, Yang Hui went through multiple verification procedures before arriving at the deepest core laboratory. He saw that Lakshita was debugging some data. Not only Cecil and Lakshita's sister Shanti were also busy, but also several little girls. The number has increased again. Yang Hui also had a headache when he saw the little girls running around. These little girls were all sisters adopted by Lakshita when she traveled around the world before. Like Shanti, they were all genius girls. It must be admitted that these children did bring great help to the research and development work of the research department, but Yang Hui has always been opposed to children participating in work. After all, at their age, they should enjoy a happy childhood like Lelouch and Nunnally. The adults are not dead yet, so the children should just enjoy their childhood. This is Yang Hui's firm attitude. However, for these genius children, helping their dearest sister is the happiest thing, and, because they are so genius, they can't get along with ordinary children at all, and will be isolated in a normal environment, so Yang Hui acquiesced. "Yes, Alice, Lakshita's vision is really terrible." Lloyd also sighed. His only assistant is Cecil. Lakshita, who has a group of genius children to help him, has suppressed him. There is no hope for him to turn over and become a minister in his lifetime. Lloyd has thought about learning from Lakshita and looking for a group of genius children to be his assistants, but, firstly, his vision is indeed not as good as Lakshita, and he can't find them at all. Secondly, his life still depends on Cecil's care. It's better to kill him than to let him take care of a group of children. "Are you His Highness Yang Hui?" At this time, a little girl ran to Yang Hui and asked curiously. She was the child that Yang Hui had never seen, Lakshita's newly adopted genius sister. "Yes. Wow. Sister. His Highness Yang Hui is really handsome." The little girl cheered. "Well, good, I like to hear it, say more." Yang Hui smiled. "No more. Oh, I've seen all your design drawings." The little girl said seriously, "They are indeed excellent design drawings, but they feel too traditional and lack the sense of surprise. If I were to design them, I would definitely be able to design them better." "Really?" Yang Hui was not angry because his design drawings were underestimated. Instead, he rubbed her little head. "Then I can look forward to it." "Yes. Okay, laddie, Go and organize the specific data of Project 81 first, and then upload it to the central database. Okay, sister. The lively little girl named Laddie ran away like the wind. It seems that you sometimes have a headache too. Yang Hui teased. It's okay, they're all very sensible, and don't need anyone to worry about them on weekdays, but sometimes they are too lively. Lakshita shrugged, looking at her sisters with a loving face. Children should be more lively, but Shanti is too mature. That's good, they are both my most important sisters. That's good, let's go and see your achievements. Yang Hui came to the operating table and looked at the equipment in the laboratory through the glass. First of all, the rotating core is used as an energy source. The output power and usage time are much greater than the batteries used by regular nightmares, and it is not interfered by the Sakura stone generator. Lloyd introduced to Yang Hui. Because of the success of the rotating core as an energy source, the various weapons planned can be used normally in combat, and there is no need to worry about excessive energy consumption or low output power. In other words, Athena and other special machines are officially declared to be the 7th generation nightmares. Lakshita added. Well, is there anything else? And this. Lakshita called up a research document and asked Yang Hui to nod. Is this finally going to be completed? Not yet. Lakshita shook her head, but there has been a big breakthrough. At least the radiation fluctuations can be controlled within a safe range. There is no need to worry about blowing yourself up while destroying the enemy. What's the problem? It's still energy consumption. Lakshita covered her head. Once the radiation fluctuation technology she led to develop is successful and sent to the battlefield as a weapon, it will immediately become the most powerful killing weapon. Energy weapons can be resisted, kinetic weapons can be resisted, but can radiation fluctuations be resisted? It is basically a one-hit kill trick. Once you are hit, there is no chance of escape, and radiation. Even if you are lucky enough not to die, how long can a person exposed to high-intensity radiation live? Is there a plan to reduce energy consumption? Yang Hui asked. There are quite a few backup plans, but the chance of being able to solve it is not high. Well, let's try it first. This is a very powerful weapon, because it would be a pity to leave the energy consumption alone. I think so too, so I will focus on this project next, and the other projects will be handed over to our Earl of Pudding. As she said, Lakshita looked at Lloyd. So, hearing Lakshita's name, Lloyd felt his blood pressure rise. Why do you call me Earl of Pudding? Who made you like pudding so much? Isn't it, Cecil? Yes, Mr. Lloyd loves pudding very much. For this reason, I made a month's worth of pudding in advance and put it in the refrigerator. Cecil said happily. Oh, Cecil, don't mention this kind of thing. Lloyd blushed. This was one of his few black histories that he couldn't give up. Haha, what's there to be embarrassed about? Yang Hui smiled and patted Lloyd on the shoulder. Your Highness. Lloyd was a little touched, because Cecil betrayed him, but Yang Hui was willing to support him. But the next second, Lloyd turned gray. Everyone has adolescence, but yours is longer than others. PFFT ha 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 ha. Ahem, let's skip this topic. Lloyd glared at Lakshita and Cecil who were gloating, and wisely chose to skip this topic. For my part, my energy has been on the development of the rotating core as an energy source and a new energy transmission system. Now that it has succeeded, I will focus on other projects. Speaking of Yang Hui, I have always been curious about what the number 0 project you have been sealing is. Lakshita said with interest. On this point, I agree with Lakshita, Your Highness. Lloyd wiped his eyes also full of expectation and excitement. In order to facilitate the research work of Lakshita and Lloyd, Yang Hui entered all the projects he prepared into the central database. Lakshita and Lloyd were the minister and deputy minister, so they had the authority second only to Yang Hui and could browse all the information in the central database at will, except for one. The sealed number 0 project, a project information that only Yang Hui had the authority to open. This. Thinking of the number 0 project that he sealed himself, Yang Hui's mouth curled up. That is a project that can subvert the whole world. Hearing this, Lakshita and Lloyd were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions began to become enthusiastic. Then please let us see it, Your Highness. Your big pie is not authentic, Yang Hui. Not yet, the basic technology is not enough, even if it is unlocked, it can't be made, and... Yang Hui paused, and said to the two helplessly, if you know, you won't have the heart to do other things, which is not in line with our plan. Oh, It looks like a really amazing thing. But in this way, isn't it more exciting? Then do your job well, and when the time comes, it will be time to unseal it. You also want to subvert this fucking world as soon as possible, right? Yang Hui's mouth curled up dangerously. Of course. X2 Lakshita and Lloyd answered in the same crazy way. Cecil and Shanti were not depressed, but they were not fanatical either. They just kept a normal mind out of habit. No matter what Lloyd and Lakshita finally decided to do, as long as their thinking was still human, they would support them. Lakshita will try to solve the energy consumption problem of radiation wave technology first. I will give you 1/3 of the resources. Lloyd, you will concentrate all the remaining resources to get this done. Float system, floating flight system. Isn't this a little too early? Lloyd said in surprise. No, now our technical reserves are not much different. I hope to build the sanctuary within 5 years. Sanctuary. X2 Lakshita and Lloyd were shocked when they heard this. Shanti and Cecil covered their mouths. Sanctuary is a very important part of Yang Hui's plan. It is a suspended flying battleship, the future air base of the Nightmare Knights and the strongest transport battleship. It can deploy the Nightmare Knights to any battlefield in the shortest time. At the same time, it can also dominate the ultimate weapon of the sky and the earth. But the overall conception and design of Sanctuary are too advanced. It takes a lot of time to solve all the technical problems, not to mention the secret construction. The resources and time required can only be described as terrifying, so it has been postponed. Unexpectedly, Yang Hui brought it up at this time. Lakshita and Lloyd did not think that now is a good time. Excuse me, Your Highness, it is impossible to build Sanctuary in 5 years. Lloyd persuaded. Do your best. 5 years is the best expectation, but we can start now. After Lakshita solved the problem of radiation wave technology, he also invested in this project. Okay, I get it. I will finish the work in my hands as soon as possible. Lloyd, the early stage is up to you. Don't worry, I will make basic preparations. Really, it seems that I will be busy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 756 Communicating with the World. Time flies, and 3 years have passed in a flash. Everything in 11 is progressing steadily. There's only one task that started before Yang Hui arrived at 11 and has not been completed yet. Regan. Mr. Yang Hui. Haven't you found where the witch is yet? We can't determine the exact location of the witch, but recent intelligence shows that the last place the witch appeared was Shenzhen Island. Shenzhen Island. Yes, an underground ruin was excavated under Shenzhen Island. The situation inside is very complicated, and our people dare not easily investigate in depth. Well, let's go and take a look. Yes. Regen and Regan arranged transportation according to Yang Hui's instructions and went to the ruins of Shenzhen Island with Yang Hui, because Regen and Regan felt that this trip would not be so simple. This ruins has a weird feeling. In order to ensure Yang Hui's safety, Fujito Jingshiro brought 3 people of Senba to protect Yang Hui's safety. Not only that, Jeremiah, Vireta and Jun Luo each led a team to drive a machine as a guard force. Yang Hui did not say much about this. If he was right, the ruins should be related to the core of this world, that is, Code and Sea world, and the witch must be hidden in this ruins. For Yang Hui, everything in Code and Sea world is still unknown. To deal with the unknown, no matter how much preparation is made, it is not too much. Shenzhen Island is not far from Tokyo, but the Nightmare Knights dispatched 3 teams at once. However, this has never happened since the establishment of 11, and it immediately attracted the attention of spies from various countries. The last time the Nightmare Knights attacked was 2 years ago to wipe out a resistance organization in the southern region. At that time, only 2 special machines, Ailes and Dorothy, were dispatched. They led a squadron of ordinary nightmares to wipe out the largest resistance organization in the open, and eliminated 2 Glasgow battalions purchased from the black market, a large number of tanks and army aviation, and countless personnel. Today, half a year later, the Nightmare Knights not only dispatched 3 special machines, but also 3 teams of the 6th generation Nightmare Gloucester. With his combat power, it is not difficult to fight a large-scale annihilation war. Vegeta, let June take her team to clean up the eyes. Yang Hui ordered. Normally, they can ignore them, but they must not know the existence of the ruins and the witch. Yes, Your Highness. After arriving at Shenzhen Island, the Jun Luo team immediately broke away from the main team and spread out, building a simple defense circle at the outermost edge. Jeremiah and Villetta led their teams to guard the periphery of the ruins to ensure that they could protect the ruins and Yang Hui in the first time if an attack occurred outside, or if Yang Hui had an accident in the ruins, they could rush in and rescue him in the first time. Yang Hui himself entered the ruins accompanied by Vegeta, Fujito Kagashiro, and Senba, Bubu, and Chiba. However, he only walked into the gate and did not explore in depth. It seems that they're really hid here. Yang Hui squatted down and looked at the ground. There were footprints that did not belong to them on the road that should have been covered with dust. Your Highness, the situation inside the ruins is still unclear. I suggest that we first form a professional investigation team to find out the situation inside the ruins before going deeper. Rini Regita suggested. The weird feeling became stronger after entering the gate of the ruins. He hated this feeling very much. It kept entangled with him, but he didn't know what it was. Fear. You have a feeling, right? Yang Hui looked up and asked Rini Regita. Yes. Rini Regita nodded decisively without hiding it. Well, I feel it too. Rini Regita can feel the weird feeling because she is an artificial transformer. As a user of mental waves, she will resonate with the sea world hidden in the ruins. In this case, Rini Regita, as an artificial transformer, can sense it, and purebred transformers with more powerful mental waves can naturally feel it, and more clearly. Yang Hui was in this state at this time. He seemed to be able to hear the voices of others talking in his ears. This voice did not belong to any of them, and it was not just one person. He could not hear the content clearly. Fujito, you keep an eye on the surroundings. Don't let anyone get close to me. Regita, pay attention to my state and interrupt it in time when necessary. What do you plan to do? Well, this place is very interesting. Be careful. Well, I'm starting. Let me take a good look at the biggest secret of this world. Yang Hui closed his eyes and opened them again the next second. They were filled with colorful streams. After entering the state of the transformer, his mental waves became more and more sensitive. Under Yang Hui's precise control, they penetrated into the surrounding environment like thin lines. The next second, Yang Hui felt that he had come to another place. It was a cosmic galaxy where the sky and the earth could not be distinguished. He stepped on the invisible land, but it splashed circles of ripples like the sea. Mr. Yang Hui. Although he could not see Regita, the anxious voice sounded in his mind. I'm fine. Yang Hui immediately stopped Regita from interrupting him. The initial shock made him a little uncomfortable, but now he has calmed down. I didn't expect it to be an interesting guest. A short-haired woman in black clothes, with a purple-red belt hanging down from her waist, fluttering in the wind, and she also sat on the very incongruous armrest, looking at Yang Hui with interest. Sure enough, the will of World C. Yang Hui saw this woman, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He bet right, World C was willing to contact him. It seems that you know a lot, Yang Hui. You know a lot too. What should I call you? Well, I really don't know. I can be anyone, and I'm not anyone. To humans, I don't exist, but what can be seen is actually existing, so, do I not exist? Or do I exist? Like the witch in the forest? Yang Hui asked with interest. That's right, just like the story you often tell Lena, it exists and doesn't exist at the same time. Things that cannot be proven to exist naturally have no names, so, I don't know how to answer your question. Haha, it's just like an omniscient and omnipotent person cannot create a stone that he cannot lift. It's a refutation. Yes. But I have proved your existence now. Yes, and no. The woman jumped off the handrail and faced Yang Hui. The handrail that had existed suddenly disappeared, taking away the only sense of incongruity in the sea of stars. Being able to talk to you like this is just based on your memory and manifested in the image that you can understand best. So my current body and existence are just false. But if I come again, you will still receive me, right? Well, I don't know about that. After all. The woman suddenly smiled, and the smile at the corner of her mouth was full of interest. You are the first guest here. Huh? I'm the first one. Hearing this, Yang Hui frowned. Anyone with code can connect to the sea world, just like CC and VV's immortal ability, which is to back up their bodies and store them in the sea world, and extract the backup to override it in the moment of hand, so as to heal various fatal injuries. In this case, Yang Hui should not be the first guest. CC and VV who have code are ahead of him, and there may be other code owners before CC and VV. Code holders are not guests, they are one of the agents here. It seems that I can't keep secrets in front of you. Yang Hui sighed. The embodiment of the sea world has the ability to read memories and minds. Originally it was not possible. The woman spread her hands, helpless but joking. You and the lady beside you are not the souls of this world, so naturally you are not under the control of World C. We know nothing about you and can do nothing about you, but now I have taken the initiative to walk into your control. No, not control, but, in your words, communication. Understood. Hearing this, Yang Hui also breathed a sigh of relief. If it was control, then he would have taken the initiative to send his safety to the will of this world, but if it was communication, it would be an equal existence, and his control would still be in his own hands. As for lying, that is impossible. The will of World C does not have human behavior and emotions. It is an existence similar to the rules of the world, like a highly intelligent AI, maintaining the operation of this world. So, do you have anything to ask, Mr. Changer? That's not good, Miss Will. Communication is fair, but you have read all my memories now, but I know nothing about you. This is a necessary choice to protect you. After all, a 1T hard drive cannot hold 100 million of content. Okay. Yang Hui shrugged and agreed with the other party. Just like in the original plot, Setsuna was almost turned into a fool by ELS's stream of consciousness. The sea world is the collective consciousness of the entire world. It poured into Yang Hui's brain, and Yang Hui immediately became brain dead, without any chance of luck. So, what do you want to know? What do you want to know? Yang Hui thought about it and found that for the first time he didn't know how to ask the question. You know my memory, and you should also know that I just wanted to try to connect to the sea world, and now I have succeeded. Yes, we know, but don't you have a lot of questions in your mind? For example, the location of CC. That's one, but I can confirm that she is in this relic. I can now connect to the sea world. This relic is no longer a threat to me. It's only a matter of time to find her, so it's not important. Then let me change another one. Can you get the code? Or what G's can you get? Chapter 757. The bed is established. Yang Hui was stunned for a moment, then laughed and shook his head. This was the first time he was seen through to the point where he was naked. Now he finally understood how it felt to be someone he had tricked before. It was so uncomfortable. Then can I get the ownership of code? Yang Hui asked. Yes and no. Can you speak human language? Haha, you're really impatient. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled. The so-called code is just a key to connect to the sea world. We can naturally produce it infinitely, but you are a visitor from the outside world, and according to observation, there is a danger of destroying the world in your body. Although we follow the rules and you are able to connect to the sea world without a code, you are qualified to give the code, but after all, we are also a collection of consciousness in this world, and we need to ensure the existence of our world. So, didn't you see all my memories? Then you should know what my purpose in coming to your world is. Yes, but this does not mean that you are absolutely safe in this world. Okay, I admit that if I go crazy, this world will definitely be destroyed by me. Regetta can't stop me, and no one in this world can stop me. So, we plan to sign a bet with you. Bet. Yes, bet. The woman nodded, her expression became serious, and her aura became more and more oppressive. This is the feeling of oppression from the world. It's really strong. Feeling his shoulders getting heavier and heavier, Yang Hui's eyes burned with crazy flames. This feeling of being pressed down by the world was both painful and exciting. The content of the bet is that the established reasonable destiny has been destroyed, and new branches are growing on the trunk. More possibilities have appeared in the future, but the destroyed future still exists. Someone wants to seize our authority, and someone wants to destroy us and plunge the world into disorder and chaos. Stop them and maintain the stability and normal operation of the world. We will hand over the code to you. Oh, Charles? Vivi? And that Xiaomuna? Sprouting like mushrooms after rain. Haha, this is not an equal bet, Miss Will. Yang Hui shook his head and began to bargain with the woman. No, it should be said that the whole world. The scope of use of code is ultimately this world. When I leave this world, code will have no meaning to me. You know very well that I can't stay in this world forever, and you also know very well what my goal is. When I complete your requirements, it is also the time for me to leave this world, and then, haha, if the world can be connected, I will naturally maintain the stability of this world, but if the world cannot be connected, it is unknown whether I can come back. So the bet is fair. All you need to pay is the goal you originally intended to achieve. You would do this with or without this bet. But your reward is dispensable. Code is not very useful to me. No, the use of code is not limited to our world. What did you say? Yang Hui was stunned for a moment and looked at the woman in disbelief. I think Miss Memphis can explain this to you better. You mean Memphis? Yes, Commander. At this time, Memphis's phantom appeared in the mission world for the first time. Before, he had been able to contact Memphis, but Memphis's phantom had never appeared in the mission world. Yang Hui asked, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Memphis was the intelligent AI of Promise Fortress, and her range of activities was limited to the range of Promise Fortress. But now she appeared. What does this mean? This is also the range of Promise Fortress? Memphis. You. This place is indeed within the range of Promise Fortress, Commander. What do you mean? Explain it clearly. Yang Hui had a feeling that one of his previous guesses might get an answer, and he might know one of the most core secrets of Promise Fortress. Use language that the commander can understand to describe this place. This place does not belong to any world, but it is connected to any world. This is one of the channels between worlds. The place we are in belongs to Promise Fortress, and the place they are in belongs to their world. Yang Hui was silent, his expression was very serious. He understood Memphis's metaphor, but he was more concerned about the deeper meaning behind this metaphor. So my guess is right, right? All the tasks, the linked worlds, what Promise Fortress really needs is the world will of each world, right? Insufficient authority. Isn't it the answer to the answer? Haha, interesting, so interesting. Ha 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 ha. The rules and guesses that he and Graham discovered in the Gundam Age world have finally been confirmed. For the first time, he felt that his goal was clear and he really mastered Promise Fortress. Sure enough, he is a dangerous person. The woman said to Yang Hui, who was laughing wildly. I agree with this point of view. Memphis nodded, but he didn't completely agree. But there are enough shackles and clear distinctions. The commander has passed the test of Promise Fortress. He is an excellent commander. Without practical proof, the future is uncertain. Trust him, help him, this is what I can do and must do. As the laughter gradually faded, Yang Hui's expression became firm, and he looked at the woman and said, I agree to your bet. Even if code can't bring you practical help. Yes. Yang Hui nodded without hesitation. Why? Because you are what I need, what Promise Fortress needs, and also. As he said, Yang Hui looked at the shadow of Memphis beside him, she needs it too. Hearing this, both the woman and Memphis were stunned for a moment, and then smiled. The woman's smile was interesting, and Memphis's smile was relieved and moved. They all knew that Yang Hui had guessed Memphis's true identity. Then, the bet is established. As soon as the words fell, a blood-red bird pattern suddenly appeared on the woman's forehead, and a beam of light shot out, imprinted on Yang Hui's chest, leaving the same red bird. The next second, the embodiment of the will of World C disappeared, and Yang Hui still remained in the boundless galaxy, with Memphis beside him. Commander, don't break the rules, Memphis. Yang Hui guessed what Memphis wanted to say, and also thought that she might pay an unknown price for doing so he interrupted immediately, no matter what, you are a companion, and the needs of our companions, whether it is me, Wang, Yolin, Katie, or Graham, Setsuna, Flat, Cruz, Char, we will do it without hesitation to help you get it back. I correct my evaluation, you are the best commander, no one else, of course, you chose me. Agree, then I'll go back first, this bet, can't lose. Understood, I will wait for everyone to triumph in the fortress. It's a must. Yang Hui turned his back to the phantom of Memphis, waved his hand, and then disappeared in the galaxy. Just after Yang Hui disappeared, the phantom of Memphis did not disappear, and the disappeared physical body came back again. You are lucky. Yes, it is my luck to meet such an outstanding commander. Let's wait and see. You suffered a loss because you agreed to a losing bet. What if we did it on purpose? Still in the ruins, Fujito Jingshiro and the other four were nervously observing the situation around them. Any existence that attempted to approach Yang Hui would be cut off by them. Rini Regita looked at Yang Hui with a worried look, waiting for his awakening. At the beginning, he was still able to maintain the mental wave connection with Yang Hui, but it was soon completely disconnected. He could not sense any situation of Yang Hui. Yang Hui's brain was like a calm lake, without any ups and downs. This situation would only occur in brain-dead people. Wait 5 more minutes. If you still don't wake up, I will force you to enter. Just as Rini Regita thought of this, she saw Yang Hui's body tremble slightly, and his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Mr. Yang Hui. Are you okay? Rini Regita said worriedly. It's okay. It doesn't look like it. Yang Hui said, holding his head that was in pain and dizzy. It's really not that easy to connect to the world's will. World's will? Rini Regita was stunned for a moment. Yes, I succeeded, connected to World C, and made a bet with it. Bet? Yes, let's talk about the details when we get back. Yes. Rini Regita looked at Fujito Kagashiro and the other four who had their backs to them. They heard the conversation just now, and these conversations involved the core secrets of the two of them. Fujito Kagashiro and the others were not sure what their attitude would be after knowing it. If necessary, she would immediately kill them. It's okay, Fujito and the others can be trusted. Yang Hui waved his hand, telling Rini Regita not to be so nervous. Fujito, Senba, Buba, Chiba, don't tell anyone else what happened just now. Yes, Your Highness. For the four of them were all martial arts masters. They felt a moment Rini Regita showed his murderous intent, and they knew that they seemed to have heard some incredible secrets, but they were very moved to hear that Yang Hui trusted them so much, and put away the idea of being on guard and resisting. The secrets of all this will be told to you when the time is right, so you don't have to think too much. Yang Hui patted Fujito Kagashiro on the shoulder and said to him, Your Highness, there is no need to do this. We are your knights, your sword and shield. It is our duty and mission to kill all enemies and protect your Highness. Swear allegiance to your Highness until death. X3 Then protect yourselves first. Yang Hui said with a smile, and helped the four people who were kneeling on one knee to stand up one by one. If you are gone, I might go crazy with loneliness. Yes, Your Highness. X4. Post a single chapter inquiry. A reader mentioned that some plots are different or deviated. If anyone has this idea, please tell me in detail so that I can pay attention and correct it in advance. After all, the few minutes you read is half a day or a whole day for the author, and 1 or 2 days, maybe 1 or 2 months. During the writing period, I will also read other novels, animations, etc., which may be affected. So if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you. Chapter 758 CC is persuaded, for Chu Fengzi. Fujito Kagashiro and his 4 companions, as well as Jeremiah, Villetta, Joan Luo, Naoto Kazuki and other people selected by Yang Hui, as well as Cornelia, Clovis, Lelouch and others, will eventually know the existence of Promise Fortress, but it is too early now. Their plan has not even been completed halfway. Telling them now will inevitably make them think about it. Let's go deep into the ruins. Your Highness, please allow us to explore in depth first. Fujito Kagashiro took the initiative to ask for the order. After being moved, it is his duty. Although they don't know what happened just now, in their eyes, this ruins is still full of dangers, and they will not allow Yang Hui to face danger. No, this ruins no longer has. There is no need for us to go in. Halfway through, the special mental wave connected with Yang Hui, and he laughed and shook his head. What? Stop. Who is it? At this moment, a figure walked towards Yang Hui and his 5 companions from the depths of the ruins. He was wearing dirty clothes, but had a head of soft and beautiful green hair. Don't do it, she's one of us. Yang Hui held down Fujito Kagashiro's knife-wielding hand. One of us. Fujito Kagashiro and the other 2 were stunned for a moment. They didn't remember knowing this green-haired woman, but thinking that Yang Hui's subordinates had many secrets that they didn't know, and they were Yang Hui's secrets, they retreated, but their vigilance did not decrease at all. I don't remember when I was in the same group with you, Your Highness the Prince of Bunitaria. The woman said to Yang Hui helplessly. Really? It depends on whether you can fulfill my wish. You are really cunning, CC. If you can't fulfill your wish, you are not one of us. If you fulfill your wish, you can't become one of us. No matter which option I choose, I can't get what I want. Cece's wish is to kill her, which is not difficult for Yang Hui. He just needs to take away her code and then kill her. It is impossible for ordinary people to take away Cece's code, but it is easy for Yang Hui, who has reached a bet with the Sea World. But why did he do this? He wants Cece as a person, not the code on her body. Then, kill me. Through the information from the Sea World, Cece already knew that Yang Hui was from another world, and also knew about the bet he made with the Sea World, and even knew that Yang Hui could really kill him. Do you really want to die? Yang Hui walked up to Cece and asked her. Haha, of course. Cece had a calm expression that showed that she had looked down on everything in the world, but hidden under the calmness was the pain of losing interest in everything in the world and being disappointed with everything. Then I tell you. Yang Hui leaned close to Cece's ear and whispered, my companions are all immortal like you. Do you still want to die? What did you say? Cece widened her eyes and looked at Yang Hui in disbelief. It seems that the information you can get from the Sea World is very limited. Yang Hui smiled jokingly. Since Cece can connect to the Sea World through code, she should be able to know all my information, but she didn't know it from the looks of her. There are only two possibilities. First, although code can connect to the Sea World, as a key, its owner has very low authority. Second, the Sea World actively hid Yang Hui's information and didn't let Cece or VV see it. I think you have some misunderstanding about code, Yang Hui. Cece said to Yang Hui with a serious face, code is a curse to me, but to Sea World, it is just a key, or a spokesperson. In addition to connecting to Sea World, it only grants the power of the king to those who have the qualification of the king. It does not mean that we can freely travel back and forth in Sea World. Then it seems to be the first one. Hearing this, Yang Hui understood the extent of code's authority. What? Nothing, you haven't answered me yet? Cece, you have companions who can always accompany you, and there will be more and more in the future. Do you still want to die? Not only that, you can also travel to various worlds and experience different lives again. Do you still want to die? Cece's expression became complicated. Indeed, over the long years, she has experienced joy, sadness, happiness, and disasters. Seeing one person after another who she loves or who loves her leave her, she has long been discouraged. Her wish has always been simple, just to be loved, whether as a former slave or as Cece now, even now. But it is precisely because she has experienced too much and has regarded the world as a living hell, that she wants to die, but if she can, she doesn't want to die. Abandonment, betrayal, too much. She also hopes to be loved by others, but she is afraid of being abandoned and betrayed again, so she is very entangled. Since you can't decide, then follow me for the time being. Use your eyes to witness, use your heart to feel. Is this okay? You are the Prince of Bunatelia, and I am. Which, sometimes, I am also a demon king. Yang Hui said to her confidently. Then let's do this for now. Cece was convinced by Yang Hui. On the one hand, she knew that Yang Hui was from another world, and another world represented new possibilities. She was willing to seize this opportunity. If it didn't work, she could also ask Yang Hui to kill her, or wander again. On the other hand, Yang Hui's words touched her heart. Witch and Demon King, interesting. Let's go. After convincing Cece, Yang Hui's purpose of coming to this ruins was also achieved, and there was no need to stay here to eat dust. Are you leaving like this? Cece pulled Yang Hui's sleeve and asked him. What else? Don't you want it? When I win the bet, this power will be gone, so there's no need. That won't do. Cece suddenly came up, held Yang Hui's face with both hands, and kissed him with her soft cherry lips. Your Highness. Back off. Seeing this, Fujito Kagashiro and the other three were about to draw their swords and rush forward, thinking Cece was attacking Yang Hui, but Rini Regida was always paying attention to Yang Hui's mental waves, and had no other emotions except surprise, so she immediately stopped Fujito Kagashiro and the other three. The four looked at Rini Regida at the same time. Having been with Yang Hui for so long, they knew that this personal maid had a very high status and was definitely the most senior person around Yang Hui. In addition, the secret between the two of them, the way Rini Regida addressed Yang Hui in private and at certain special moments, made them unable to treat Rini Regida as a personal maid, so they would listen to Rini Regida's words. After seeing Rini Regida nod, the four did not draw their swords, but they still kept their hands on the hilts, ready to attack at any time. At this time, Yang Hui had separated from CC, and blood-red flying bird patterns appeared in Yang Hui's eyes. Well, it seems that you have very high qualifications. You opened your eyes as soon as you got G's, and you can fully control your abilities. Don't worry about going berserk. CC looked at Yang Hui with a smile on his face, a little teasing. This is forced, CC. Yang Hui smiled helplessly. Your bet with World C has nothing to do with me, so naturally I have to make a contract with you. CC let go of Yang Hui, took a few steps back and said, when you achieve your goal and fail to satisfy me, you have to kill me with your own hands. Haha, you can't wait that long, CC, my goal is very long term. Then it depends on your performance. To be honest, Geese is the embodiment of human heart, and it's really not a joke. Yang Hui said with interest, the domain type ability can bestow others with spirit mark, which can always sense the status of the mark holder. The maximum range is 1 kilometer. All people within the range who have been spiritually marked by me can achieve seamless communication, and can enhance the mental toughness of all marked people, stabilize their will, improve morale, and when necessary, share the damage. Huh? Interesting ability, let's call it King's Guardian. You will definitely become a wise king. King's Guard? Yang Hui laughed and shook his head. He had never thought about becoming a king, nor did he want to be a king. Rather than sitting on the throne and overlooking all living beings, he preferred to fight side by side with his companions and put himself on an equal footing with all living beings. Only in this way could he continue to ensure that he was still a human being, and could he also see clearly who was his companion and who was his enemy. Let's go. The 6 people left the ruins. The Knights Guard in the ruins knew that Yang Hui's goal of this trip had been achieved, and quickly gathered together. Jeremiah, Vreta, and Joan, you lead the current men to guard this ruins and wait for the garrison troops to come and take over your mission. Anyone who approaches will be killed without mercy. Yes, Your Highness. X3 Although CC was taken away, this ruins was related to the sea world, and it could not be allowed to be touched by others, especially the Geese cult in VV. If Yang Hui hadn't obtained the King's Guardian, he might have to personally take charge of this ruin. Although he had absolute confidence in his nightmare knights, he couldn't stand the fact that the Geese cult had many artificial Geese owners with various abilities. For example, the Ragman's sensory time stop, even Lelouch with Geese would be affected, not to mention ordinary people. Moreover, even if a large force would be sent to garrison the ruins, the Nightmare Knights would still send a team led by a special machine to take turns guarding to ensure the highest combat effectiveness. This ruin has nothing, and there is actually no need to take it so seriously. CC said to Yang Hui. Is there no gate to the sea world? Yes, as long as it is a ruin, it has one, but it can't be opened without a key, unless, you know they exist. CC suddenly said in surprise. Of course. Yang Hui nodded, his expression became solemn, but cruel. I have wanted to destroy them for a long time. Thank you Chu Fengzi for the 5,000 reward. Chapter 759, Lelouch's Growth. Since then, Yang Hui's room has had a regular visitor. I say, don't you have your own room? Looking at CC, who was lying on his bed in dishevel, Yang Hui felt that his brain was about to explode. Yes, but your room is more comfortable. CC turned over on the bed, continued to support her head, and read magazines while enjoying the delicious pizza. It is worth mentioning that the magazines she read were those colored magazines. You are such a beautiful woman, you have lived for hundreds of years, why didn't you learn other good things, but learned a refined life? And you became a female SP. Question mark. Comma, since you followed me, I don't know how many rooms I have changed. Yang Hui covered his face with his hands, depressed. I gave my room to you, and you came to grab my room when I changed rooms. What do you want to do? Ah, you misunderstood me, Your Highness Yang Hui. CC finished the last piece of pizza and said to Yang Hui with a joking face, I am too lonely living outside alone. I am terribly scared every night. Only your breath can make me sleep peacefully. Comma, Yang Hui watched CC's performance like this, then walked over expressionlessly, pulled CC up, bent down and kissed her, held her head with one hand, and tightly hugged her waist with the other hand. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape. After a long time, the two mouths separated. CC blushed and lowered her head, her eyes a little evasive. You are quite rude. You did it yourself. Yang Hui also panted. He was not the innocent CN he had been enduring since coming to this world, even when Cornelia teased him. Fortunately, Cornelia knew when to stop, and she didn't have many opportunities to meet Yang Hui, so she was able to hold back the fire in her heart. But no matter how strong the endurance is, there is a threshold, especially CC has been jumping back and forth on his bottom line, which made Yang Hui have to teach her a lesson. Really? So you're such a weak person. If you were weak, you'd already be a mother. Really? That's really exciting. Tisk. Yang Hui let go of CC, gently pushed her down on the bed, and walked out of the room. You're so timid, don't joke with me. A passionate kiss dampened the fire in Yang Hui's heart a lot. Of course, he could kill CC right there. He admitted that he was interested in CC. That witchy temperament did attract him, but he didn't like to force it. CC looked like an old driver, but in fact, she was an anti-Japanese hero. When she was kissed, her body's stiffness and helplessness could not be faked. Watching Yang Hui's back disappear from her sight, CC touched her lips in a daze. The strong and domineering temperature was still there. This was something she had never experienced before. Special tenderness? Really? I'm a little looking forward to it, Your Highness the Demon King. Yang Hui walked out of his room, and Regency Regatta, who had been guarding the door, immediately followed his footsteps. You just watched like this? Yang Hui asked Regency Regatta without turning his head. My responsibility is to observe and record, and by the way, assist you in completing the task. Aren't you afraid that I will really lose control? You won't. Let's go, pick up Lelouch and Nunnally. Today is Nunnally's birthday. If you don't go, he will blame you to death. Yes, Mr. Yang Hui. Regency Regatta immediately arranged a travel vehicle and took Fujito Kagashiro directly to Ashford Academy. Wow. This kid has grown a lot over the years. From a distance, Yang Hui saw Lelouch. He was completely different from the arrogant kid when he was a child. Now he has really grown into a gentleman. He has always maintained an elegant and sunny smile, and he communicates happily with people around him. Even if he is an unfamiliar stranger, he can respond politely and gently. If he was a child, turn around and leave. After all, he's not a child anymore. Regina said with a smile. Colin is here too, let's go. Yes. Yang Hui thought about the direction where Lelouch was. He was walking and chatting with his friends in the student union, most of whom were old acquaintances of Yang Hui, such as rival Caldement, who had been in the same class with Lelouch since elementary school, Mayuri, who had taken care of Lelouch and Nunnally since childhood, and Colin, who transferred to Ashford Academy. There were two other faces who were not strangers, but Yang Hui didn't have much contact with them, Xia Li Finette, who liked Lelouch, and Nina Einstein, a little genius who is proficient in math, physics and chemistry. Well, if this surname is not a genius, the director will not give her a chicken leg. Yang Hui? Why are you here? Lelouch was stunned when he saw Yang Hui walking towards him. I said, today is Nunnally's birthday, did you forget? Yang Hui rolled his eyes and reminded her unhappily, although he didn't need to remind her because of his sister control. Of course I remember. Then why are you asking? Have you become stupid from reading too much? You. I won't argue with you. Oh, Lelouch really can't do anything to His Highness. Myra E on the side teased. Lelouch and Nunnally can be considered childhood sweethearts. Lelouch has grown a lot now and will not put on an arrogant attitude in front of other people, but in front of Yang Hui, any elegance and gentleness will be ruined. What? Yes. As Lelouch's best friend, LeVar called him. It naturally would not miss the opportunity to backstab Lelouch, and he also had to support his secret crush. Lelouch has been helpless against His Highness since he was a child. He can't be defeated in an argument, nor in a battle of wits, and there's also blood suppression. LeVar L. Oh? Lelouch is angry. Shut up. You bastard. Yes. It's rare to see Lelouch so flustered, right Nina? Charlie Finette, who couldn't get a word in, whispered to Nina Einstein. Nina nodded shyly, but she kept peeking at Yang Hui, who knew that Yang Hui suddenly approached Nina and teased, I'm not someone who is afraid of being in the spotlight, you can look at me with confidence. Your Highness. Nina's pretty face instantly turned red, and her watery eyes turned into spirals. With a puff, the steam on her head burst out, and she immediately fell limp in Xiaoli's arms. Nina. Are you okay? Nina. Xiaoli asked in panic. Ah la la, it's okay, Nina-chan is just too shy. As the eldest sister, Milei teased a little darkly, after all, your highness is so handsome and so humorous, and he is the dream lover of countless women. No, 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 President. I just, Nina was afraid that Yang Hui would misunderstand, or hate girls who are not reserved. Who cares, anyway, she was just panicking to defend herself. However, Yang Hui came to Milei again, pinched her cheeks, and asked her jokingly, what about you? Am I the lover of your dreams? I can't reach you. Milei slapped Yang Hui's hand away very naturally, as if she had been practiced for 1,000 times. Besides, your highness, pinching a girl's face casually is not a gentlemanly behavior. I am not a gentleman in the first place. Do you know this on the first day? Yang Hui spread his hands and said. Humph, you are self-aware. Karen crossed her arms and was dissatisfied. It's okay if she is not the first one, but she is not happy that she has been ignored for so long. Oh? It seems that little Karen has a lot of opinions. Yang Hui teased. No, huh? One crepe. No. One is not enough? Then two. I said no. Karen blushed and shouted, I'm not a child. Well, I am not. Yang Hui touched his chin and looked at Karen, especially the surging waves, and nodded seriously. Pervert. Ho ha ho ha. Only Xiaoli and Nina were a little reserved, covering their mouths and laughing softly. Lelouch, Mayuri, and Laval were all laughing happily. Although they had seen this scene many times, they still found it very interesting. Because they had long been accustomed to it. Yang Hui often came to Ashford Academy to pick up Lelouch and Nunnally, and often visited Ashford's family. He had been in contact with them since he was a child. He had always been a big brother with a bit of bad taste, but very gentle. Yang Hui is now also an honorary professor of Ashford Academy. After all, Yang Hui is a prince and the governor of 11. Moreover, his research ability determines that he is very good at mathematics and physics. He will come to Ashford Academy to take classes from time to time. In addition, Mayuri and the others are all members of the student union, and they often hear them talk about Yang Hui. Therefore, even if Xiaoli and Nina are not very familiar with Yang Hui, they know Yang Hui's style of doing things. You all want to attend Nunnally's birthday? Yang Hui asked them with a smile on his face. Of course. Mayuri, as the president of the student union and the eldest sister of everyone, took the lead in answering. Although Nunnally did not go to Ashford College after graduating from elementary school because of her mobility problems, Lelouch and Mayuri often took Nunnally to play in the college and often accompanied her. Strictly speaking, they can all be called Nunnally's brothers and sisters. It's so lively today. Have you dealt with all the work of the student union? Yang Hui asked. It was dealt with yesterday. If there is any new work, leave it for tomorrow. Don't delay Nunnally's birthday. Lelouch said as a matter of course. Tisk tisk, you are worthy of being a sister control. Do you need my recommendation for the orthopedics department of Deutschland? Yang Hui. Ho ha ho ha. Dot. After spending another happy birthday with Nunnally, Shirley and others went home. Mayuri chatted with Nunnally, and Lelouch pulled Yang Hui to a quiet corner. Is Suzaku okay? Lelouch asked. Not bad. He successfully passed the entrance test of the Nightmare Knights a few days ago and is now an apprentice knight. That's good. Kyoruji Suzaku still joined the army of Natalia. Although history has changed, Kyoruji Genbu did not choose to sacrifice Lelouch and Nunnally, and Kyoruji Suzaku did not kill his father, but he still chose to join the army, and still arrogantly planned to change Natalia from within. Change. 11. Yang Hui, I want to ask you a favor. Chapter 760, Giving Lelouch a Chance. Yang Hui, I want to ask you a favor. You want to join the army, too? Yes. Lelouch was silent for a moment, then nodded. If you're doing this for Suzaku, then you'd better not blame me for mocking you for being brainless, Lelouch. I know, but how much of the video footage I sent you have you watched? I've watched it all. What's wrong? What do you think? You're a monster. Anything else? Yang Hui's eyes twitched, and his blood pressure soared, and he was about to be unable to hold it back. What else can I say? Whenever you take part in a battle, it is all centered around your monster's strength. You can break everything with one force and any plan is meaningless. So in your eyes, I'm a reckless man? Of course not. Lelouch answered seriously, The strength I'm talking about, as well as your command ability and tactical arrangements, are just right, perfectly placing everyone in the most appropriate place. Every step is an open conspiracy, forcing the opponent to follow your pace, but the premise of all this is, it's all supported by my personal strength, right? About 90%. I have carefully studied every battle that the Nightmare Knights have participated in. Although it's just as scary without you, when you're around, you're a real monster. I don't think anyone in this world can stop you, including the Knights of the Round Table. If you were the enemy's commander, what would you do? Kill you first at all costs. Huh? At all costs? Yes, at all costs. Lelouch told Yang Hui his thoughts seriously. All the battles you participated in were able to maintain the advantage because of your existence. Whether it was the command of the large army or the special operations of the Nightmare Knights, you were the absolute core, and also the pillar and belief of the entire army. As long as you were killed, your army would become a mess. Of course, the Nightmare Knights are still a huge threat, but without you, they are no longer invulnerable, and they can always find a flaw to defeat them. So, killing you is already a victory. Have you ever thought about how much it would cost you to kill me? I have thought about it, but no matter how much it costs, it is worth it. If you don't die, no matter how you plan, you can't win, and the price you pay will only be greater. Well, not bad. Lelouch's countermeasures are indeed very radical and paranoid on the surface, but Yang Hui can be conceited and say that his idea is correct. As long as he doesn't die, no matter how the opponent fights, he can only be led by Yang Hui and eventually fall into the abyss of failure. What about the others? What would you do if you were facing someone else? Clovis is the easiest to deal with. Simply disperse and cut, then introduce traps, weaken the manpower while transferring the people around Clovis, and finally use a few elites to execute the decapitation tactic. As for Cornelia, we also need to cut off the Rose Witch Knights. It is best to lead all the knights around her away, and then lead her into an ambush circle and kill her in one fell swoop. Well, if I ask you to go to the Emperor's sister, are you willing? Yang Hui asked Lelouch. Lelouch's strategic thinking is already very mature, but all this is just talk on paper after all. If everything goes well, it's fine. If you encounter obstacles in the middle, he will easily fall into self-doubt without experiencing actual combat, and he will not be able to respond and change in time. Moreover, to put it bluntly, Lelouch still prefers conspiracy now. The reason why conspiracy is that it cannot be seen in the light. Once it is discovered by the enemy, it will be meaningless. For example, in the original plot, Lelouch used the same method he used to deal with Clovis to deal with Cornelia, but Cornelia didn't buy his tricks at all and directly defeated him head-on. Cornelia was very confident in herself and her subordinates, acted decisively, and was good at breaking through with force. When Lelouch didn't have much practical experience and his conspiracy was repeatedly obstructed, he was forced into a dead end by Cornelia, and CC had to take a huge risk to rescue him. Compared with conspiracy, Yang Hui hoped that Lelouch would learn from him and Cornelia and take the route of open conspiracy. If the gap in military strength and combat power is too huge and conspiracy has to be used, Lelouch now has a higher starting point and platform, and his command should not be wasted on conspiracy. No. Because of Nunnally. Yes, and that old guy won't allow me to leave, 11, let alone allow me to achieve merit and get the chance to return to him. Yang Hui was silent. Lelouch's misunderstanding of Charles d'Ibunitalia was really getting deeper and deeper. However, Yang Hui really couldn't say anything about this matter. If he told Lelouch the truth now, Yang Hui was afraid that he couldn't bear the blow. This is also the reason why Yang Hui wanted Lelouch to go to Cornelia to experience and feel the real battlefield. The battlefield is the best platform for a person to grow quickly. Yang Hui and Clovis are not as effective as Cornelia. Whether it is 11 or 10, the remaining ones are just small resistance organizations. The scale is too small and it doesn't mean much to Lelouch. Your Highness. At this time, Regency Rugira broke the world of Lelouch and Yang Hui. What's the matter? Based on Yang Hui's understanding of Regency Rugira, if it is not a particularly important matter, he will not interrupt his conversation with Lelouch. I just received intelligence that the Sakura Liberation Front has sent orders to all resistance organizations in 11, inciting them to launch attacks in various parts of 11. If I remember correctly, Gino and the others will also arrive at 11 tomorrow. Yes, except for Miss Reina, Everyone else will arrive at 11 tomorrow. I know, let the people below keep an eye on their every move, and order, Nightmare, to enter the second-level combat configuration. Yes, Your Highness. After Regeta retreated, Lelouch looked at Yang Hui seriously. I don't think they are worth you to mobilize the Nightmare Knights. Nightmare has rested long enough, and it's time for them to come out and move around. Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth, a dangerous and cruel arc. They need someone to help them recall how terrible Nightmare is. Lelouch was silent. Nightmare had indeed not been deployed for a long time. On the one hand, most of the resistance organizations of 11 had gone into hiding and had not been active for a long time. Only some radical elements who hated Bunitaria were doing evil in the name of resistance organizations. In this case, even the army did not need to be dispatched. The police could solve it, not to mention that there was no need to alarm the Nightmare Knights. Lelouch mourned for the Sakura Liberation Front and those resistance organizations at this time, and also laughed at their overestimation of their own capabilities. Did they really think that they could shake Bunitaria or Yang Hui's rule over 11 by lying dormant for a few years? I'll give you a long vacation tomorrow. Well, Lelouch was stunned for a moment and looked at Yang Hui. Do you want me to deal with these resistance organizations? Yes. Yang Hui knew that it was almost impossible for Lelouch to leave Nunnally and go to the Middle East. As a senior sister control, Lelouch would never do it unless he let Nunnally go with him. But whether it was Lelouch, Yang Hui, or Cornelia, it was impossible for them to let Nunnally go to such a dangerous place. But it just so happens that now the opportunity has come, and Lelouch can also practice. Aren't you afraid that I will fail? Are you afraid? No. Lelouch showed a confident smile on his face. That's all. As he spoke, Yang Hui operated the terminal and sent a document to Lelouch. What is this? Gino and the others are back. This is their information. Study it carefully. To know yourself and the enemy, you must first know yourself, right? Okay. Look forward to your performance. With his back to Lelouch, Yang Hui waved his hand and said goodbye to Lelouch, but he did not return directly to the governor mansion. Instead, he came to the headquarters of the Nightmare Knights and directly entered the special equipment hangar. How are the machines? Caesar, Ryan and Lieber have been adjusted to the best condition. The OS of Sakidaris and Caplico are still being debugged and will be completed in 5 minutes. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, Your Highness. These machines are our treasures. Even if they have no owners, everyone has kept up with the maintenance work. Well, they will have owners tomorrow. Yes. The maintenance squad leader nodded with emotion, his heart full of relief. To be honest, Your Highness, we have always been puzzled as to why there are so many outstanding knights in the Knights Templar, but you have never found owners for these treasures. Now it seems that Your Highness has already chosen someone. Well, they all have owners, including Aquilius and Piscus. I just don't know if their owners are qualified to own them. The maintenance team leader sighed. He and the maintenance personnel, who usually maintain these special machines, almost treat them as their own daughters. Now that his daughters are getting married, as an old father, he will definitely have opinions about the pigs eating his cabbages. However, he immediately realized that his speech was questioning Yang Hui's decision, which was an act of usurpation. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I'm not questioning your vision, it's okay, I understand. Yang Hui patted the maintenance squad leader on the shoulder and asked him to relax a little. He did not mean to blame him. Although they are the owners designated by me, and I believe they are qualified to own them, but I don't intend to have the final say on this qualification. Your Highness, what you mean is, soldiers always speak with their fists, don't they? Haha, it's a good thing that Your Highness didn't tell those bastards earlier, otherwise no one would be able to sleep tonight. If we can't sleep tonight, won't it give them the opportunity to make excuses if we lose tomorrow? I don't think anyone dares to make excuses, Your Highness, have you forgotten? What happened to someone who made excuses last time? Of course I haven't forgotten, I'm just looking forward to someone trying again. Well, I'm also looking forward to their death. Hehe. X2. Chapter 761, Return of the Traveling Students. Your Highness, we are back. Looking at the boys and girls in front of him, Yang Hui nodded with relief. Yes, I thought you would come back a few years later. Your Highness can't wait for too long. Gino took the lead. Because when they were first found, They were all a few years old, so Yang Hui sent them to study all over the world until they could pass the assessment set in advance and could come back. What surprised Yang Hui the most was that they all completed the assessment in advance, met Yang Hui's requirements for them, and came back at the same time. Very good, it seems that you have all grown up a lot. I dare not, I have done my best to meet your Highness's requirements. Have you read the information I sent to you yesterday? I have read it. X5, are you excited? Yes, Your Highness. X5, let's go and see your cars. With a wave of his hand, Yang Hui brought the 5 people who returned directly to the hangar. Along the way, the Knights of Nightmare all ran to watch, and their eyes looking at them were not very friendly. Your Highness, what are they doing? Monica asked weakly. Even though she passed the test arranged by Yang Hui, she still felt scared when so many people were staring at her. They are all veterans who have followed me in battles all over the country. They are all excellent knights, but they... Yang Hui pointed to the hangar where the special machines were stored and said to the 5 people, I have always kept them for you, so, you understand, right? In other words, this is the final test. Gino smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't expect it to be so difficult just after returning. But soon, the flame of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Nightmare driving is also one of their compulsory courses, and Yang Hui's requirements for them are also very high. They have been studying and training all the time. Even the instructors assigned to them are only of the upper level. After returning from their studies, they naturally hope to prove themselves. The way to prove themselves is to defeat stronger opponents. Very good, today you will get familiar with your machines. In 2 days, I will assign you a task and a commander. If you pass the test, you will be their masters. If you fail, they will continue to eat dust in the hangar, and you will go to the training camp for trainee knights. Yes, Your Highness. X5 had already walked into the hangar. Yang Hui looked at the 5 people who boarded the machine with a smile on his face. Mr. Yang Hui, your smile is very sinister. Rini Regida reminded him. Is it? Yang Hui tilted his head and asked Rini Regida. Rini Regida nodded affirmatively. Then, Yang Hui looked at Fujito Kagashiro, Senba, Bubu and Chiba behind him. Yes. X4 the 4 nodded without comment, agreeing with Rini Regida's point of view. What a joke. Every time Yang Hui showed such a smile, someone would be unlucky. This is the truth that everyone who knows Yang Hui knows. Is that so? Yang Hui touched his chin, and his smile became more sinister. Fujito, you take Senba, Bobu and Chiba, and go to Itsukushima base tomorrow to take charge. Your Highness. Are you a devil? Whether it was Fujito Kagashiro, or Senba, Bobu and Chiba, they all gave the same evaluation tacitly. With just one sentence, they guessed Yang Hui's idea. The task given to Gino and the other 5 was to surprise attack Itsukushima base, and then let the 4 of them be the boss guarding the gate. Fujito Kagashiro's strength is unquestionable. With Gemini, he is already the strongest knight of the Nightmare Knights, second only to Yang Hui. Even Jeremiah, Vireta and Junluo, who joined the Nightmare Knights at the beginning and also had special machines, were not Fujito Kagashiro's opponents. Regida said at the beginning that she was not a combat specialized type, although Senba, Buba, and Chiba came into contact with Nightmare relatively late. Their combat literacy and martial arts strength are very high, so their starting point is very high. As long as they master the driving method of Nightmare, their growth speed is as fast as turning on the cheat. Although they don't have special machines, the Gloster they drive is also specially modified. The configuration of samurai swords, armor retractable blades, and armor machine guns is complete. The internal technology is also in accordance with the standards of the 7th generation Nightmare. It can be said that it is a 7th generation Nightmare in the skin of the 6th generation. Not only that, the 3 of them can also cooperate with Fujito Kagashiro to use various Fujito-style formations, and their combat effectiveness will be raised to another level. Gemini, and 4 Holy Swords, are recognized as the strongest team in the Nightmare Knights. That's right, they still chose the number of 4 Holy Swords. Although one person was missing, they also kept this position. It was not only because of their former friendship, but they all had a hunch that Asahina would definitely return to 4 Holy Swords to fill the vacant corner. It's reasonable that 4 Holy Swords only has 3 people, right? With such a gatekeeper boss, no one would believe that 5 rookies like Gino who had never been on the battlefield could break through. In addition to the gatekeeper boss, Itsukushima Base is also the most powerful military base of 11. Itsukushima Base has a good foundation. In the final battle, Akamatsu chose to die bravely and did not cause any damage to Itsukushima Base. Therefore, after Yang Hui took over Itsukushima Base, he reinforced and strengthened it again, making Itsukushima Base more solid. The Nightmare Knights might pay a heavy price if they attacked it again, not to mention the 5 rookies. How could Gino and the others pass such an exercise assessment? No, it should be said that Yang Hui did not intend to let them pass from the beginning, right? Thinking of this, Fujito Kagashiro and others looked at Yang Hui at the same time. I didn't tell them to break through the Itsukushima Base. Understanding their eyes, Yang Hui spread his hands. I just said they were qualified, but I didn't say that breaking through the Itsukushima Base was qualified. Everyone was silent, and then nodded solemnly. This is very Yang Hui. Is it Valletta who is guarding the ruins now? Yes. Well. Yang Hui thought for a while and said to Regina Rugita, let Jeremiah and Jun Luo get ready. You are simply the king of demons. XN. After sending Gino and the others to the hangar, Yang Hui called Lelouch, who was on standby at the Ashford family. Those people took action so quickly. Lelouch asked directly as soon as he saw Yang Hui. Not yet. Then you asked me to come. I'll arrange a test for you. Huh? Test? Lelouch was stunned. Yes, test. As he said that, Yang Hui sent a document to Lelouch, which was the content of the exercise he had just sorted out. After quickly browsing the documents, Lelouch glanced at Yang Hui and turned away. What are you doing? I left to avoid being teased by you. No, why would I tease you? Yang Hui put his arm around Lelouch's shoulders and forced him to sit on the sofa. Isn't this considered teasing? Lelouch pointed at his terminal. No, it should be the file that was still open in the terminal, and shouted to Yang Hui, one side is bound to win, and the other side is bound to lose. Which side do you want me to go to? So arbitrary. Anyone who is not a fool can see that, okay. Lelouch's blood pressure could no longer be controlled. He threw the terminal on the coffee table, pointing and cursing. 5 newcomers who have never been to the battlefield broke through the Itsukushima Base guarded by 3 battalions and a naval fleet, and it was Gemini, who led the 4 Holy Swords, to guard it. Dorothy, and Biruga, each led a team to ambush around. If you go alone, you will probably die there. So I called you here. Thank you, you really think I'm a god. Lelouch guessed that Yang Hui intended to let him go to the losing side, so he determined that Yang Hui was going to take this opportunity to give him a good beating, but could it not be so obvious? Question mark. Let's give it a try. We can't just talk about it on paper all the time, right? Yang Hui pushed Lelouch's terminal back in front of him with a sinister smile on his face. And I don't ask you to win. I just want to see how far you can go. Are you moved? Agree. No, I'm just thinking about how to scold you to vent my anger. Go ahead, scold me as you like. Then give you an excuse to force me to stay. What a joke. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and said unhappily, do I need an excuse to force you to stay? And, do you think you can leave now? That's why I want to scold you. But you still came, didn't you? Okay, Lelouch admitted that he was pretentious. If he really didn't want to come, he wouldn't have come in the first place. Since he came, he knew he couldn't leave. It was just that he felt uncomfortable with the breath in his heart, and wanted to scold Yang Hui, and all the anger he had suffered since he was a child. Take a good look at the information, and then go to the hangar. They are getting familiar with their own machines. Lelouch did not answer, but picked up his terminal and left, but 3, 2, 1, come back. Sure enough, Lelouch came back under Yang Hui's teasing eyes. Where do I live? If it was the governor mansion, Lelouch would not need to ask, because he and Nunnally always had their own rooms in the governor mansion and could lie there at any time, but this was the base of the Nightmare Knights, a military camp, and they would not reserve a place for Lelouch, an outsider. Next door, that's my room. Okay. After Lelouch left, Yang Hui looked out the window with his hands behind his back. The Nightmare Knights, who had entered the second-level combat configuration, became lively again, and all of them were very energetic. After resting for so long, they had been itching to do it. And it just so happened that Gino and the others came back. As the new owners of the special machine, they were also looking forward to the performance of Gino and the other 5. If they could not get their approval, even if they were the ones Yang Hui liked, they could not blame them for not looking good. They only hope that the performance of Gino and the other 5 will be recognized by them, and that the resistance organizations can hold out a little longer so that they can have some fun. Duke Zutafeld should come to see me, right? I'm really looking forward to it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762, 0 points? Or full marks? Yang Hui, who was inspecting the training of the Nightmare Knights, was found by Lelouch. Take me to see them. Have you read all the information? Yes, I have, but the information is just information. I need to observe their actual performance. Okay. Lelouch knew all the other information. Although he was still a student of Ashford Academy, under Yang Hui's intentional or unintentional guidance, his mind was still on the path of strategy. In addition, Yang Hui gave Lelouch certain permissions, allowing him to browse some of the information. At the same time, Yang Hui also secretly stuffed in some battle records of other war zones. So Yang Hui only gave Lelouch information about Gino and the others. They were the only ones that were completely unfamiliar to Lelouch. With Lelouch's wisdom, he quickly read and memorized their information. All the way to the hangar, I saw the maintenance squad leaders scolding Anya, Orpheus and Gino, and Monica and Audrey stood aside and bowed their heads to admit their mistakes. How many times have I told you? Nightmare's joints are very fragile. Why won't you listen? Zevon and Binaruk. You two bastards just won't listen, right? You have to kick people. It's okay to kick them here and there, but you have to kick them with your feet. It's fun, right? I'm very sorry. X2MU. Alstrom. The positioning of Libra is indeed a heavy armor and heavy firepower type, but the mobile turret also needs to be moved. It's not for you to stand there and get beaten. The 3-0 Anya lowered her head and counted her toes, not daring to speak. Don't you know how to cherish such a big treasure? I'll cry if you do this to me. I'm very sorry. X4, one person continued to count his toes with his head down. Really? Your Highness, you're here just in time. Let me tell you, Seeing the maintenance squad leader coming towards him aggressively, dragging a boy with one hand and 3 girls behind him, Yang Hui's eyes twitched, and he was about to turn around and run away, but he didn't know whether the maintenance squad leader had secretly learned the teleportation skill from somewhere, and he was in front of Yang Hui in the blink of an eye, and he didn't even have time to turn around. Helplessly, Yang Hui could only listen to the maintenance squad leader's complaints patiently and respond from time to time. Otherwise Yang Hui was really afraid that the maintenance squad leader would scold him as well. After all, he also liked kicking and many extreme operations. Ahem, did you hear me? Take care of the machine when driving, and don't always add workload to the maintenance team, especially during training. Yes, Your Highness. X5 understood. They should restrain themselves during training and see what happens at other times. Anyway, they can use the critical situation to fool the maintenance team, and the uncles in the maintenance team won't say much. After all, Yang Hui is their ancestor. Okay, let me introduce you. This is Lelouch V. Bunitalia. Yes, he is my younger brother, but he is also your next direct superior. Huh? The 5 people of X5 were collectively stunned for a moment, and then looked at Lelouch. He is so delicate. Just a student, right? Even if he is Yang Hui's younger brother. Lelouch's face was not very good, and the 5 people wrote the 4 words "Can you do it?" on their faces. The feeling of being looked down upon is what Lelouch hates the most. Gino Bainbaruk family. Lelouch began to recite all the information he had just memorized, and he spoke out the information of each person in detail, and added his own analysis and insights, of course, basically venomous snakes and complaints. Of course, Lelouch believed that it was useless to just do this, and then Lelouch told them the content of the exercise formulated by Yang Hui. This is an exam that is bound to fail, and you. At this point, Lelouch paused, thought about it, and decided to add himself. Of course, there is also me. What we have to do is to make the test paper look better and make the answer closer to the correct answer. The 5 people were silent, although they didn't like Lelouch's exam that is bound to fail, which was looking down on them, and Lelouch was afraid before the battle. But they had to admit that they really couldn't achieve the final success. No matter how confident they were, they didn't think they would be the opponent of Fujito Kagemashiro, not to mention the Four Holy Swords, the Nightmare Knights led by Jeremiah and June Law, the army of Bunatalia, and the ironclad Itsukushima base. Although I have read your information, it is outdated information. I want to see your current abilities. Gino and the other 5 were silent and did not take action immediately, because they did not recognize Lelouch as their commander. Really? Lelouch looked at the 5 people unmoved, with the word suspicion written all over his face, and turned and left. Where are you going? Gino asked immediately when he saw that the situation was not right. Since you don't believe me, there is no need to continue. You can play this exercise by yourselves. What results you get in the end has nothing to do with me. What is the difference between our results and yours? No difference, but in my case. Lelouch looked back at Gino and the other 5, his eyes firm and serious. There are only 0 points and full marks. Our machines are still being prepared, and we have to wait for 5 minutes. Gino. Office. Audrey and Monica looked at Gino in surprise, and even the 3 no Anya froze for a moment, because Gino's answer just now was to tell Lelouch that they recognize Lelouch as their commander. Let him try. We have to trust His Highness's judgment. Gino shrugged and explained to the other 4 people, and His Highness Lelouch is right. This exam has only 2 results, pass or fail. One more person means one more chance of passing, right? The 4 people thought for a moment, and Office, Audrey and Monica said to Lelouch, prove your qualifications with actual actions, Your Highness Lelouch. And Anya walked up to Lelouch with an expressionless face, took out her mobile phone, secretly took a photo openly, nodded, and followed the 4 people to their own machines. Lelouch breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Have you passed the first level? Well done. Yang Hui walked to Lelouch's side and patted him on the shoulder to show encouragement and praise. Yang Hui stood silently behind and watched the whole process just now, with the corner of his mouth raised never lowered. Lelouch's strong attitude was the most suitable approach for the military camp, especially for the Nightmare Knights. This army composed of tough guys never obeyed the weak. Flattery and bootlicking would not work here. Only by being stronger and more powerful than them could you gain their respect. Although it can be seen that Lelouch's performance of being in control was all fake, it was still very good to be able to do this for the first time. These compliments will not make the exam easier. Lelouch said to Yang Hui unhappily. Of course not. Yang Hui shrugged, but immediately changed to a mean expression and looked at Lelouch. But if you beg me, I can give you some slack. Tisk, boring. Lelouch glanced at Yang Hui and walked towards the training ground. He didn't want to pay attention to Yang Hui now. He had to use his energy to record information and formulate combat plans. In this regard, the smile on Yang Hui's face never disappeared, because Lelouch has already walked on the path he should take, found his position, and worked hard to keep it. Your Highness. Jeremiah. Your Highness, I think. Go ahead. Your Highness, I haven't said anything yet. Aren't you just going to give them some special treatment? Are you planning to let them off in the exam? No. I dare not. Your Highness is very smart. Just her look made Jeremiah sweat profusely, but Yang Hui did guess his idea. He just wanted to serve as a training object for Gino and others, and give them some special treatment before the exam. The more improvement, the better. As for the idea of letting him off, that was absolutely impossible. If it was him in the past, he would have done anything for Lelouch, but after Yang Hui's teachings and the influence of the Nightmare Knights, he would never let him off during training. On the one hand, he understood that being more strict was for the other party's good, and on the other hand, every time he recalled that painful experience, Jeremiah couldn't help but shiver. And you guys, what are you hiding for? Yang Hui looked aside unhappily, and several heads immediately shrank back, but knowing that they were discovered, they still walked out with their heads drooped. Your Highness. X5, in addition to Valletta, who was on a mission on Shingen Island, and Regini Rugita, who was sent out by Yang Hui, June Law, Fujito Kagemashiro, Senba, Buba and Chiba were all there, and the special machine pilots of the Nightmare Knights were all present. Go ahead. Jeremiah and Fujito Kagemashiro are also the predecessors of the Nightmare Knights to Gino and his friends. They will definitely fight side by side in the future. Now Gino and his friends may not be qualified enough, so they hope to contribute their own strength to the growth of young people. Yang Hui strongly supports this phenomenon. Teaching and competition are a perfect virtuous cycle. Yes, Your Highness, X6. By the way, Jeremiah, wait a moment. Your Highness. After the others went ahead, Yang Hui asked Jeremiah, after cleaning up the resistance organization of 11, this time, you will go to Lelouch and Nunnally. This agreement should have been completed a few years ago. Your Highness, please forgive me for refusing. Jeremiah answered seriously, my loyalty still belongs to Your Highness Lelouch and Your Highness Nunnally, but also to you. With your care, Your Highness Nunnally is very happy, and I am satisfied with this. Judging from Your Highness's current plan, Your Highness Lelouch should become your advisor. Staying in the nightmare, Knights can also serve Your Highness Lelouch, and I don't have to make a dilemma between you and Your Highness Lelouch. I will teach Lelouch to become the Chief of Staff of the Nightmare Knights. You and your team will be Lelouch's direct team. Except for my most urgent orders, you only obey Lelouch's orders. Yes, Your Highness. Quotation mark. Chapter 763, Sister Imperial, I'm here for help. Genos, Ryan, is a transforming machine, suitable for high-speed land combat, and Geno is very skilled in switching back and forth between human form and division form, and it does so frequently. Ryan's line form is currently the fastest machine, suitable for high-speed guerrilla combat, or interspersed cutting. Orpheus's, Caesar, has a relatively balanced attack and defense, but its mobility is relatively weak, so it is suitable for steady play. It can be used as a vanguard to advance head-on, or as a central defender to coordinate or guard the rear guard. Orpheus also has a good grasp of the combined use of gun and shield. Libra is a specialized machine with heavy firepower and heavy armor, with rear fire support and a mobile turret. As for the hit rate, forget it, the fire coverage does not require a hit rate consideration, but Anya's fixed point turning speed is quite fast, so it is a qualified turret. Sukiderless is similar to Libra, both are positioned as rear fire support, but their characteristics are completely opposite. Sukiderless is a lightly armored and highly mobile sniper. This optical camouflage system is interesting. Is it an energy consumption issue? It should be able to work wonders at critical moments, but I don't know how good Audron's lurking skills are. Finally, there's Monica's Capricer, a high-speed close combat specialized machine, which is very similar to the current positioning of Gemini. However, the sword and gun composite weapon has a long-range attack capability that surpasses Gemini. It's just, Monica's long-range shooting level is not bad, but her close combat ability is still lacking. This is wrong. Yang Hui stood behind Lelouch and reminded. Yang Hui? Why are you walking without making any sound? Lelouch complained. He was suddenly interrupted from his train of thought and was startled by Yang Hui. However, after calming down, he immediately asked Yang Hui where he went wrong. What went wrong? Who is Monica's opponent now? Senba from the Four Holy Swords. His machine is a modified version of the Gloucester Swordmaster. Its performance is comparable to the 7th generation Nightmare, but the performance of the machine is still dominated by the Capriccio. Senba, like Monica, lacks practical experience with nightmares, and now Monica is being suppressed by Senba. She can't even pull away. Have you forgotten that Senba is a master of the Todao Ryu? And Senba doesn't have practical experience with nightmares, but he is also an experienced veteran. His combat experience is something Monica can't compare to, so Monica's melee level is not bad. It's just that Senba suppressed Monica with his stronger melee strength and rich combat experience. I see. The assessment has been revised. Monica is excellent in both long-range and short-range capabilities. According to their respective positions, well, a complete tactical team. A high-speed attacking vanguard, a steady central defender, a high-mobility roaming and interspersing, and 2 firepower support defenders can be a qualified tactical team, especially the central defender, Caesar, can be used as a vanguard to resist the frontal pressure or respond to the endangered, Capriccio, when necessary. But it's still not enough. Based on the performance of the 5 people on the battlefield, Lelouch conceived many battle plans, but overturned them one by one and started over again. He really couldn't find the possibility of breaking through the Itsukushima base with only the 6 of them. Not to mention breaking through the Itsukushima base, he couldn't even achieve decent results. What other chess pieces can we use? Lelouch asked Yang Hui. Unable to find a way to win, He could only continue to increase the chess pieces in his hand and look for new possibilities. I won't provide any help to you 6 people. Yang Hui shook his head and said to Lelouch. Tisk. Lelouch cursed Yang Hui in his heart, but without new chess pieces, he still had to continue looking for new possibilities. Suddenly, just when his thoughts were in a mess and Lelouch was about to collapse and give up, a beam of light flashed in Lelouch's mind, and he looked up at Yang Hui. What you just said? Yang Hui just smiled and didn't answer. Lelouch raised his mouth, put away the terminal that recorded the data, turned around and left the training ground, and casually found a guard who was watching the battle. Please notify the 5 of them. If I haven't come back after the training, wait for me to come back and arrange the combat mission. This. The guard was stunned for a moment and began to feel embarrassed. Lelouch is not a member of the Nightmare Knights now, let alone his superior. The Nightmare Knights are a privilege that Yang Hui got from Charles di Bunitaria. It is a private army that belongs only to Yang Hui. Even if Charles di Bunitaria's orders, they can choose not to accept them, not to mention that Lelouch is just an unknown prince. Moreover, under Yang Hui's training, the Nightmare Knights really only obeyed Yang Hui's orders, and they would not pay attention to anyone else's orders. It's just that Lelouch has a good relationship with Yang Hui, and he spoke to him in an imperative tone, which made him a little unresponsive for a while. Why are you looking at me? Yang Hui rolled his eyes. He is just my brother now, just the Prince of Bunitalia. It's up to you whether you want to help him convey the message. Yes, Your Highness. The guard didn't understand what game Yang Hui and Lelouch were playing, but his intuition told him that he should not obey Lelouch's arrangements and should continue to stick to his post. Tisk, please do me a favor. Lelouch saw that the guard was unmoved, adjusted his tone, and said to the guard again, after their training is over, please help me notify them. If I haven't come back after the training, let them wait for me to come back to arrange the combat mission, please. This. The guard saw Lelouch repeating the same words to him with a requesting attitude, and was undecided for a while. After hesitating for a while, he made a decision. Your Highness Lelouch, I am on duty now and cannot leave my post without permission. If I meet them after changing shifts, I will help you convey it. Thank you. Lelouch did not look for other people. According to his understanding, the guard's change of shift time should be about the same time as Gino and the others finished their training. Your Highness is polite. Lelouch glared at Yang Hui and left the training ground. He thought about it. There were not many people he could find, but there were 2 people he must fight for. With their help, they could not only get excellent scores in this exam, but even full marks. This. Your Highness, what are you doing? After Lelouch left, the guard mustered up the courage to ask Yang Hui. Teach a new soldier how to integrate into the group of veterans. Yang Hui explained to the guard with a smile on his face. This. When you figure it out, go to Lelouch to report. The new chief of staff also needs his own guard squad, doesn't he? Oh, yes, Your Highness. Although it was still in the clouds, the guard chose to follow his heart and follow his feelings, and his feelings told him that Yang Hui's order must be executed, and this order will bring him unexpected benefits. Things are getting interesting. Yang Hui continued to watch the sparring below, and the smile on the corner of his mouth could not be hidden. Lelouch went directly to the Governor Mansion and found Regina Rugetta, who had just returned to the Governor Mansion. Your Highness Lelouch. Renetta, I want to borrow Yang Hui's intelligence network in 11, please. Okay, the general manager of the 11 region will contact you tomorrow. Okay. Seeing that Renetta agreed to his request without hesitation, Lelouch clenched his fists. He knew that his guess was correct. Thank you very much. You're welcome. He already had the chariot and knights in his hands. Now that he has the bishop, he needs to find a powerful queen. Although this queen cannot come to help him in person, she can provide him with powerful soldiers. Taking out the terminal, Lelouch dialed a number. Not long after, the other party answered the phone. What a surprise, you actually contacted me on your own initiative. Imperial sister, I need your help. The other party was surprised. Logically, if Lelouch needed help, he should go to Yang Hui first. With Yang Hui's personality, he would help Lelouch, but now Lelouch asked her for help, which was very strange. Here's what happened. Then, Lelouch told Cornelia everything about the exam drill. So that's how it is. Yang Hui is really good at playing, But why did you think of asking me for help? He said he wouldn't provide any help. You're asking me to help you cheat. No, Yang Hui said he wouldn't provide me with any help. Obviously, the person on the other end of the phone understood what Lelouch meant. Sure enough, you tactical people have dirty hearts. Oh, isn't this statement too broad? Aren't you the same? I only defeat my enemies head-on. Oh, okay, then sister. You rarely call me sister. Wouldn't it be a waste of your feelings if I don't help you? Puff cough cough. Lelouch was choked by his own saliva, and he cursed Yang Hui in his heart again. It must be his influence that made the iron-blooded female general really become a witch. Ha ha ha. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Although the war on my side has come to an end, there are still many troubles to follow, and I can't help you much. Since the battle is almost over, I want the Rose Witch Knights. Huh? You're asking for too much? But I believe that you will agree, sister. Reason. This is a great opportunity to make Yang Hui lose. Okay. I agree. Then I will send you the detailed battle plan later. I'll wait for your reply. Well, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Lelouch showed a relaxed smile on his face. Although the queen still couldn't come, he got the soldiers he wanted, and the most important chess pieces were in his hands. The remaining chess pieces, well, he should also be looking forward to Yang Hui losing, right? Haha, if you want to blame someone, blame it on you for having offended too many people in the past, Yang Hui. This time I want to see you lose miserably. Chapter 764 The Truth About a Part of the World. This kid. I get it, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Yang Hui smiled and shook his head, happy and helpless. He was happy that Lelouch got his hidden meaning and immediately took action to find a reliable helper for himself. The helpless thing was, this kid's ability to understand was simply 200%. He actually found a helper beyond Yang Hui's expectations. Your Highness. Duke Hudefeld asked cautiously. He didn't know who Yang Hui was talking to, nor did he know the content of the two people's conversation, so he was worried that he might have heard some information that he shouldn't know. Well? It's okay, let's continue. Yang Hui smiled slightly, which made Duke Hudefeld feel relieved. You just said that several families contacted you and said that they could overthrow my dictatorship and take back the power that belongs to you. Yes, Your Highness. Duke Hudefeld was sweating profusely. He really couldn't tell whether the you mentioned by Yang Hui had picked him out. Since he decided to board Yang Hui's ship, he secretly provided Yang Hui with a lot of information. The nobles listed in the document were the ones he secretly assisted Yang Hui in catching. And Yang Hui also met his expectations. In name, all the properties of the nobles who were convicted of treason were confiscated, but Yang Hui handed over the management rights of these properties to Duke Hudefeld. He usually didn't ask much about it, just like giving it to Duke Hudefeld. But Duke Hudefeld still understood that once he had any bad ideas, he would return the things he got in multiples. At the same time, it was precisely because Duke Hudefeld was so trusted by Yang Hui that not only 11, but also the reputation of Unité Lille rose greatly, and many nobles who followed the trend came to seek refuge. It was also because of this that some people with evil intentions found Duke Hudefeld and tried to get his help. Duke Hudefeld, based on his understanding of Yang Hui, pretended to agree, and then secretly found Yang Hui and told him everything. Well done, Duke of Hudefeld. Yang Hui expressed high affirmation of Duke of Hudefeld's choice. Draw out the snake and shock the tiger. This is also a tactic he likes to use. Your Highness, I will continue to build a good relationship with him and strive to get a complete list for you. No need, Duke of Hudefeld. Your Highness. Hearing this, Duke of Hudefeld suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and cold sweat flowed like a waterfall. Don't be nervous, Duke of Hudefeld. Yang Hui walked to the side of Duke of Hudefeld and patted him on the shoulder. The current list is enough. The slightly bigger fish are on the top, and the small shrimps below are insignificant. But I received intelligence here that the Sakura Liberation Organization is integrating all the resistance organizations of 11, and launching terrorist attacks in various parts of 11. I think the reason why they dare to find you at this time is also because of this. Yang Hui said. The collaborators they are talking about are those resistance organizations? No, they can't. Duke Hudefeld thought about it carefully and shook his head to deny his idea. I am more familiar with them. If it is just the resistance organization of 11, it is not enough to give them the courage to resist you. If this is really the case, there must be the intervention of a third-party force, which gave them enough courage. Well, this is the most likely guess. Then I can find out who the third-party force is, Your Highness. No need, Duke Hudefeld. Yang Hui shook his head and rejected Duke Hudefeld's suggestion again. That mysterious force will not reveal its identity so easily, otherwise it would not have refused to meet with you now. Don't underestimate your current appeal. It's all a reward from Your Highness. Duke Hudefeld replied immediately, 3 parts flattery and 7 parts sincerity. He is indeed the head of one of the 8 famous families, but the Hudefeld family is only the tail of the 8 famous families and is restricted to 11. If it were not for Yang Hui's trust, the Hudefeld family would not have a very high reputation and status outside of 11. Well, I will send a team to protect you and your wife. You can continue to welcome them on the surface, but don't take the initiative to find out any information. Your Highness, do you mean, they are going to attack me? Duke Hudefeld was shocked. He didn't think that Yang Hui sent a team to monitor him because he didn't trust him. If he really didn't trust him, Yang Hui wouldn't have entrusted so many industries to him, and never asked for details. Moreover, Duke Hudefeld believed that Yang Hui had already known about the information those people were looking for him. The reason why he didn't say it was on the one hand to prevent himself from being unnecessarily nervous, and on the other hand to test his reaction. Well, those resistance organizations don't have the ability, and those traitors trash don't have the courage either. The rest. The mysterious third party. Well, I will send someone to check their background. All you have to do next is to protect yourself. By the way, I will let Karen go to Ashford's house to stay with Nunnally. Yes, Your Highness. Duke Hudefeld readily accepted it. If it was just him and his wife, they would be together most of the time, and it would be easier to guarantee safety. But Karen had to go to school and would run back and forth between home and Ashford College, so there would be a lot of room for maneuver on this road. Letting Karen and Nunnally be together, firstly, Ashford's house was in Ashford College, so there was no need to run back and forth to give the enemy a chance. Secondly, Duke Hudefeld believed that Yang Hui would arrange more people around Nunnally, and even the entire Ashford Academy, not less. Go ahead. Yes, Your Highness. After Duke Hudefeld left, Yang Hui closed all the curtains, inserted the terminal into an instrument on the table, and dialed the numbers of 2 people at the same time. Soon, the images of Cornelia and Clovis appeared in front of Yang Hui. You are not here to stop us, are you? Cornelia said with a joking smile. Of course not, sister. Yang Hui is not a person who does not keep his word. He will definitely do what he says. Clovis also supported Cornelia with a joking face. As Clovis said, once you say something, it is like water spilled. I am naturally not here to stop you. Yang Hui spread his hands, and then his expression became serious. Seeing this, Cornelia and Clovis naturally put away their smiles, looked at Yang Hui seriously, and waited for his next words. I plan to use this action to thoroughly clean up the undercurrent hidden under 11. Since Rose Witch and Stars are here, let's lend a hand. Yang Hui said to the 2. Wow? Under your nose, they actually established a resistance organization that allowed 3 knights to go out at the same time. They are quite capable, right? Cornelia asked. No. Before Yang Hui could speak, Clovis shook his head and denied Cornelia's statement. Yang Hui will not allow such an organization to develop. Is there a third party entering the scene? Yes, there is indeed a third party. As he spoke, Yang Hui informed Cornelia and Clovis of all the information in his hands, and their faces suddenly sank. Can't you find any clues? Cornelia asked. She could confidently say that the intelligence organization in Yang Hui's hands was definitely the best in the world. It was incredible that Yang Hui did not get any information in advance, which Cornelia found incredible. As for clues, there is a little bit. Yang Hui had some guesses about the identity of the third party, but there was no evidence to confirm it. According to the intelligence Yang Hui had collected, the Geese cult was currently in a state of division. The Geese cult led by Vivi and Shamna of Warrior Country, Zulkistan had a conflict of purpose and split into 2 factions. They seemed to be at peace, but there were many open and secret struggles. Most importantly, Yang Hui found that Charles d'Ibunitalia had begun to show a gap between him and Vivi. The Geese cult led by Vivi could not act as he pleased. So Yang Hui still needed intelligence. Facing the Geese cult, Yang Hui did not dare to be careless. Who is it? Clovis asked in a deep voice. I will pass the information to you. This information can only be known by you. Even Gilbert, Dalton, Garrett and others cannot know it. Yang Hui thought about it and decided to tell Cornelia and Clovis part of the truth of the world. At that time, Yang Hui would also need their strength, so they could prepare early. Okay. The two nodded seriously. They didn't doubt the loyalty of Gilbert and others, but since Yang Hui said so, it meant that the information was too important. Gilbert and others either couldn't bear the weight, or it would be useless even if they knew it. After reading it, don't make a fuss, and don't be anxious. Wait for me to contact you. Yang Hui reminded again. Cornelia was a calm person, and Clovis had grown a lot after these years of training. But Yang Hui believed that even the calmest people would be unable to sit still after reading the information about Geese, the Geese cult, and the Sea World. Okay. The two nodded again solemnly, raising the seriousness of the matter to a higher level. By the way, Cornelia suddenly called Yang Hui when the remote video conference was about to end. I have two pieces of news for you. What news? First, Euphemia has reached the age of marriage. I suggest that she choose a territory to serve as the deputy governor. Sister, you are trying to trick me. Yang Hui rolled his eyes and complained unhappily. Although he didn't say whose territory Euphemia chose, Cornelia told him so it was undoubtedly 11. I didn't suggest that she go to 11. This is your own choice. Cornelia spread her hands innocently. I don't believe you. Yang Hui complained in his heart. Cornelia was not a liar. She did not suggest anything, but she would definitely make indirect suggestions. Okay, I will arrange it. What about the second news? Yang Hui asked with a headache. The first news was bad news, so the second news was definitely not good news. Senior Nanette told me that several Knights of the Round Table have jointly petitioned the Emperor, requesting that you and your Knights of the Nightmare be transferred back to Bnatalia. Chapter 765 The Grand Drama begins. In the native land of Bnatalia, Skneasel had just returned to his room after a political and business dinner. His face was flushed and his steps were unsteady. It seemed that he had drunk a lot. Your Highness, I have prepared a bowl of hangover soup for you in advance. Please drink it. The secretary gently placed a bowl of hangover soup in front of Skneasel, then stepped back a few steps and waited quietly. Yes. Skneasel drank the hangover soup and felt that his mind was much clearer. Your craftsmanship is still so good. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Okay, I'm fine. You can go down first. Yes, Your Highness. After the secretary left, Skneasel did not rest or work. Instead, he stared at the empty desk in a daze. This was a very rare thing. Without any documents, he could calm down and think carefully. However, there are always people who like to be uninvited guests and are unwilling to let Skneasel think quietly. You look distressed, Skneasel. A blond boy wearing a black cape and purple cloak and white clothes walked out of the secret door of the room with a mature smile on his face. If you look closely, you will find that he looks very similar to Charles D. Bnatalia, but one is old and the other is still a child. What's the matter with you coming to see me so late? Skneasel raised his signature gentle smile and asked VV. Just came to see if you have made up your mind. It seems you haven't. VV shook his head and walked to sit opposite Skneasel. You are so smart, you should be able to see the threat Yang Hui poses to the Empire. This is exactly what I am doubting, acting master. Skneasel kept smiling and said to VV, is it a threat to you? Or is it a threat to the Empire? Yang Hui has expanded the territory for the Empire and managed the Empire's territory in an orderly manner. The scientific research projects he led have made great contributions in various aspects such as medicine, industry, and military, which have prompted the Empire's technological level to exceed the international average by 50 years. Everything he does is for the Empire. For the Empire, is that really the case? Of course. I'm afraid not. Vivi smiled meaningfully. He is the first and only one who dared to split power from Xiaolulu. You should know how powerful his Nightmare Knights are, right? He himself is also known as the world's #1 Nightmare pilot, and even enjoys the title of one-man army. All of this is his own thing, something he took from Xiaolulu. Do you still think he is not a threat? In fact, you also know that Yang Hui has indeed made great contributions to the Empire, but it is undeniable that he is already a huge threat to the Empire. And not only him, but also Cornelia and Clovis. Under the influence of Yang Hui, They are gradually getting out of Xiaolulu's control, right? What you said is just your imagination. Without solid evidence, you can't frame a princess and two princes who are the pillars of the empire. Schneizel's expression became serious. Okay. Vivi shrugged. He knew that he couldn't completely convince Schneizel and bring him to his side, so he didn't continue to force it. But I think the evidence you want will come soon, right? Vivi said confidently. What do you mean? Schneizel was stunned for a moment. With Yang Hui's strength, he is enough to serve as a knight of the Round Table. Oh, by the way, there are also his subordinates. Several of the old generation of Knights of the Round Table have reached the age of retirement. Let's wait and see. After saying that, Vivi jumped off the chair and left the same way he came, leaving Schneizel with heavy thoughts. Until Vivi left for a long time, Schneizel kept the same sitting posture. The difference was that there was no gentle smile on his face, but a face full of fatigue. Have you ever thought about living for yourself? This is what Odysseus asked Schneizel at the dinner today. The same question was asked by Yang Hui many years ago. For myself, he. 3 days later, Lelouch and others' exam exercises were about to begin. As a commander, Lelouch borrowed the second headquarters of the Nightmare Knights as his temporary headquarters. The battle plan was arranged the day before yesterday. Because it was a special operation, Gino and the other 5 drove their own machines and disappeared in the base of the Nightmare Knights yesterday. Only Lelouch knew where they were now. Because he was too focused on this exam, Lelouch did not notice a very important thing. The base of the Nightmare Knights was almost empty. Except for the logistics personnel and the guards protecting the base, all the knights left the base, and their machines disappeared together. Is it really okay? Don't tell him. Regina asked Yang Hui. The main headquarters of the Nightmare Knights was 100 meters underground in the base. At this time, Yang Hui was directing another large-scale operation. No, if he can't find it, go back and learn it. Yang Hui said to Regina without looking back, and then gave an order to the sick, ordered Jeremiah and June's teams to cancel the exercise mission and go to the designated coordinates to lurk separately. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, Team C reports that a large number of suspicious people have been found in Area C. Team A reports that a suspicious convoy has been found in Area A. Team D reports that the Nightmare troops of the Resistance Organization have been found in Area D. Reports were summarized one by one here by Yang Hui. Looking at the gradually increasing red dots on the screen, and then there were blue dots surrounding them like iron barrels outside the red dots, Yang Hui's mouth curled up cruelly. There is no mistake in the intelligence. How much is the progress of the evacuation of civilians in various areas? Yang Hui immediately asked the sick. All civilians in Area A have been evacuated. All civilians in Area B have been evacuated. Area C. 85% of the civilians in Area D have been evacuated. The evacuation order was issued 2 hours ago. What's wrong with Area D? Why hasn't it been completed yet? Yang Hui frowned and questioned. Report, Area D is the slum of 11, and also a gathering place for homeless people. The people are scattered and hidden, and 80% of the local residents have resistance to Bunitaria, which brings considerable obstacles to the evacuation order. The sick reported. Slums. Regina, take your team to Area D. Thinking of the situation in the slums, Yang Hui believed that there were too many uncertainties in the situation in Area D, so Regina, the insurance left behind, needed to go to Area D as a control valve. Yes, Your Highness. Regina looked at Yang Hui, and after seeing the other party nod, he saluted and left the command center. Yang Hui continued to pay attention to the battle map. Seeing more and more red marks, Yang Hui's smile became more and more intense. As long as this big purge is successful, it will be impossible for 11 to have a climate-changing resistance organization within 10 years. Your Highness, it's Kyoruji Genbu calling. Use C password to encrypt and connect to my personal line. Yes, Your Highness. Yang Hui picked up his terminal, confirmed that the encryption program had completed the encryption, and picked up the headset to answer the call. It's me. Very good. Send me the list, find an opportunity to evacuate, and leave the rest to my people. Don't worry, I will handle it personally. I will do what I promised you. After hanging up the phone, Yang Hui immediately issued an order to let the prepared elite marines set off and move towards Kyoto. This operation has 3 goals. First, to eliminate most of the resistance organizations of 11, or even completely. Second, to find the real base camp of the Sakura Liberation Front and arrest all core members. Third, to determine the identity of the third-party mysterious force. Kyoruji Genbu's report just now was that he figured out the base camp and core group of the Sakura Liberation Front and reported it to Yang Hui. At the beginning, he was found by the Sakura Liberation Front like Duke Field, and threatened Kyoruji Genbu to support their actions by using the truth of surrendering to Bunitaria and Kyoruji Genbu's family. But this threat was a child's play in the eyes of Kurumi Zuanwu. Yang Hui had used public opinion to destroy the unattainable 6 families of Kyoto, and he was even more clever, making the frame up into an ironclad case. Moreover, after so many years, all the policies promulgated by Yang Hui had been implemented. Although 11 had lost their country and name, their lives were indeed better than when the 6 families of Kyoto were there. Except for those who were obsessed or had nothing because of committing crimes, they would not oppose Yang Hui's rule at all, so the evidence in their hands now would not play a big role. As for the safety of his family, Kurumi Zuanwu had anticipated this danger, so he had already made arrangements. Kurumi Suzuki was in the trainee night training camp of the Nightmare Knights. If these people in the resistance organization had the ability to plant people in the Nightmare Knights, he would write his name backwards. There were also other family members, and they were all arranged for protection. Moreover, Yang Hui did what he said and secretly arranged for people to protect the safety of his family. Therefore, the threat of the Sakura Liberation Front was to cook sand into rice. However, considering that he was about to retire, Kyoruji Genbu could still make some achievements before retirement, and get some rewards from Yang Hui to spend the rest of his life in peace, so he chose to play tricks on them. On the surface, he agreed to the people of the Sakura Liberation Front and provided some insignificant intelligence to meet their requirements of sending people and weapons into various cities, and then secretly reported all to Yang Hui. Kyoruji Genbu did make great contributions. The information about the time, scale, and location of the resistance organization's actions was all provided by Kyoruji Genbu. Now the hidden location and personnel list of the Sakura Liberation Front have been confirmed, and there is also. Do you dare to confront me in person? It seems that I have to go there in person. Thinking of this, Yang Hui explained to the people at the headquarters, left the headquarters, and went to the hangar to board Athena. Chapter 766 The Real Test Question. In the woods, 5 special machines advanced cautiously. There are no enemy aircraft within a 10-kilometer radius ahead, over. Orina used the ultra-long-distance observation system of Sukuderless to observe the 180-degree fan in front and reported to her teammates. The time is just right. The time agreed with His Highness Lelouch has come. Office. Understood. Caesar put the box on the ground, and after starting it, the box stretched out. 2 long antennas extended to the sky, reaching the highest point, unfolding 2 thin discs and began to rotate. The communication signal is normal. Connecting. Alert. After confirming that the communication could be carried out, Gino immediately asked everyone to surround Caesar in the middle and be alert to the surroundings. Soon, the communication was connected, and the 5-man team got in touch with Lelouch. The knight gave a pair of black eyes, reply. An electronic synthesized voice that could not be distinguished as male or female came from the communication channel. I use it to find the light, Lelouch, I'm Orpheus. Although he wanted to complain about Lelouch's coat full of middle school atmosphere, Orpheus held back. Very punctual. Current location, enemy situation. We have arrived at coordinate D2 and have not encountered any enemies. D2? No enemies. Lelouch on the other side of the communication channel frowned, because this was different from the intelligence he received. With the help of Yang Hui's intelligence network, he easily got the deployment of the permanent army. When formulating the battle plan, he deliberately chose the route with the least enemies and the least likely to be discovered. However, according to the intelligence, there are still enemies on this road that cannot be bypassed. In Lelouch's plan, the enemy forces that must be encountered on this route can be annihilated by the 5-man team before the enemy sends any message. So it was planned that they had not been discovered by the large army, but it was out of the plan that they had not encountered any enemy aircraft. It was a good thing that they were not discovered, but Lelouch would not feel lucky because he was lucky. He always had a bad feeling that the situation seemed to be far beyond his control. Your Highness, can I say a few words? At this time, Monica, who was driving the Capricer, asked Lelouch. What did you find? Lelouch did not act on his own. If he could not figure out the problem, he would gather ideas from all sides. According to Monica's information, this girl did not have a single outstanding ability, but she was balanced, including tactical command and strategic vision. Your Highness, Lelouch, in fact, not only did we not encounter any enemy interception, we did not even encounter any enemy. No? Are you sure? Lelouch asked anxiously. Yes, Lord Lelouch, we didn't encounter any enemies. The one who answered Lelouch was Audrin, who was driving the Secretariat. She had always been responsible for the radar in the team. In the original battle plan, there were several enemy observation posts that needed to be bypassed, but when I approached, I found that these observation posts had been evacuated, and even the regular patrol routes did not see any patrol teams. Lord Lelouch, could it be that the intelligence department gave us wrong information? Audrin asked a little nervously. All their battle plans were based on intelligence. Once the intelligence was wrong, their battle plans would have no meaning and even be fatally dangerous. No. Lelouch denied Audrin's guess. Since Yang Hui lent it to us, the intelligence must be true. Lelouch would not doubt this. On the one hand, it was Yang Hui's character, and on the other hand, he verified the intelligence. But now there is a problem, and Lelouch thought of two situations. First, the intelligence they gave us was true, but incomplete. Second, the intelligence was time-sensitive, and after the exercise began, Yang Hui adjusted the deployment of troops. Your Highness is really cruel. Gino laughed bitterly at himself. No matter which answer he gave, it was a bolt from the blue for them. Whether it was the former or the latter, they were all test questions that Yang Hui left for them. The difficulty was already very high, just like asking elementary school students to do college entrance examination questions, and now it has been directly raised to the level of postgraduate entrance examinations. Is it really that simple? Is it just increasing the difficulty? At this time, Monica suddenly asked everyone. What's wrong? Did you find anything? Lelouch asked immediately. Like Monica, he felt that it would not be as simple as increasing the difficulty. I have seen the deployment map of 11 by His Highness. To be frank, the entire 11 is like a spider web. If there is a problem in any place, the upper and lower rings can immediately take action and cooperate with the surrounding friendly forces to launch a siege to encircle and kill the enemy. If His Highness mobilized 1 or 2 nodes to increase the difficulty for us, it is understandable, but it is impossible to completely tear up the spider web that he has carefully woven because of an exercise. This is too unreasonable. Everyone who heard this fell into silence. They did not doubt that Monica was right, especially Gino and the other 4. They knew each other very well over the years. If they could become an invincible ace pilot and lead an elite team to kill all around. But Monica was the only one among them who is qualified to be the commander of the army or the person who governed a place. Yes, Yang Hui really can't do that. Lelouch also agreed with Monica's idea and gave his own analysis. Yang Hui is a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private affairs. He can't ignore the safety of his territory just to test our ability. Doing so feels right, deliberately creating confusion, just like actively tearing a few holes in the web he has woven. It seems that Your Highness has other ideas, but what is Your Highness's purpose? Gino asked. The resistance organization of 11 will have a large-scale action recently. What? X5 Gino and the other 5 were shocked. This is very important information, and it also happens to explain the various strange things they have discovered along the way, and it can also explain why the real information is so different from the actual situation. Haha, I really should have thought of it in advance. Yang Hui played this trick of sneaking into Chengkan beautifully. Lelouch laughed bitterly at himself. He was still deceived by Yang Hui. He thought Yang Hui was on the 3rd floor. He was on the 5th floor this time, so he could make Yang Hui suffer a lot. As a result, Yang Hui was in the atmosphere, using the excuse of the exercise to make major adjustments to the deployment of the entire 11 force, in order to reassure the resistance organization, and at the same time deliberately leaving a few gaps in their perfect arrangement, so that the resistance organization would think that there was an opportunity to take advantage of it, and strengthen their decision to act, and then lure the snake out of its hole and catch it all in one fell swoop. And, is this a real test? Lelouch now understood what Yang Hui meant by qualified. The impossible exercise plan was a cover from the beginning. The real test for them was whether they could discover the real combat plan in advance, participate in it, and cooperate with friendly forces to annihilate the resistance organization of 11. Your Highness Lelouch, I think we should stop the original combat plan immediately, and meet up with the friendly forces to implement your Highness's combat plan together. Gino suggested seriously. If Yang Hui was really preparing a large-scale combat plan, they had no contact with the friendly forces. When the combat began, if they ran around everywhere, it would likely affect Yang Hui's combat plan. No, we act alone. Lelouch thought for a moment and rejected Gino's suggestion. This is the real test Yang Hui left for us, how to create great results without affecting the original battle plan in an environment where all connections are cut off. But. No buts. This is an order. Lelouch said to the 5 people firmly, and then his tone changed, becoming soft and sincere. This is also my request, please, everyone, lend me your strength. Yes, your Highness. X5. Although the 5 people could not look each other in the eye, they felt that they were right in front of them. With the firm answers given, the firm bonds connected them, closely linking the 6 scattered people together. Thank you. After saying thank you, Lelouch's eyes became as firm as the 5 people's, and he quickly thought of a way to intervene in Yang Hui's battle. First of all, we can confirm that your current position is in the gap that Yang Hui deliberately tore. Now our most important goal is to find out how large the scope of this gap is and how the surrounding defense forces are distributed. Among the 5 special machines, Ryan has the highest mobility, Kerpliko has the strongest stealth, and Sukiderless has the largest detection range. The 3 machines will disperse to A1, B2, and C3 directions for reconnaissance respectively, and Caesar and Libra will coordinate in the middle. After determining the range, we will meet up immediately. Yes, Your Highness. X5. The communication ended temporarily, and Lelouch did not wait for Gino and the others' reports. He just determined that the scope of the gap was not large enough for them to intervene in the battle without affecting the operations of friendly forces, and there was no guarantee of achieving great results. So Lelouch had to think about more, including: know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Know yourself first. Thinking, Lelouch called up the map of the entire D area and treated it as a chessboard. Including Yang Hui and himself, everyone was placed on the chessboard as chess pieces. The resistance organization must not only appear in the D area. To allow him to secretly prepare such a large-scale operation, it should be the entire 11 territory. We are limited in number and can only choose the D area. And considering Yang Hui's personality, he should have made a battle plan from the beginning under the assumption that I can see through the truth. So, while thinking, the chess pieces on the chessboard began to move, each going to the corresponding position. The white chess pieces symbolizing the friendly side cut the entire chessboard into 4 squares and surrounded the black chess pieces representing the enemy in the center. The biggest difference is that the chess pieces in the D area are obviously much less than those in the other 3 areas. So the D zone must have the least number of troops, and may even only have the strength to encircle the area, but not the strength to annihilate it all. Now it's time for us to take the stage. At this time, 6 gray chess pieces appeared on the board, representing Lelouch himself and his 5-man team. The king, represented by Lelouch, was at the junction of the 4 zones, and the chariots and knights represented by Gino and the others were separated from the black chess pieces in the blank space of the D zone. Not only that, of the 12 zodiacs of Nightmare, first exclude Aquilius and Piscus, who have no masters, and then exclude Scorpion, who is stationed on Shenzhen Island, leaving Alice, Dorothy, Gemini, and Barugo. Gemini, and the 4 holy swords, under Fujido are at Itsukushima base and should be guarding Itsukushima base. Dorothy, and Barugo, are uncertain, so is there only Alice left. Lelouch's calculations not only took into account the 6 third-party forces, but also Jeremiah and others. In Lelouch's view, the Nightmare Knights should be treated as third-party forces outside the chessboard in any battle, because no one knows where they will suddenly appear, let alone what consequences their appearance will bring. There are also the upcoming Rose Witch and Stars. If all this is within Yang Hui's calculations, then Rose Witch and Stars must also be within Yang Hui's arrangements. As a powerful living force, They will join the battle in Area D. This will be enough to annihilate all resistance organizations. No, I missed one. There are also Yang Hui and Athena. But, does the resistance organization need him to personally take action? If necessary. Thinking of this, Lelouch's mouth curled up. It seems that this game of chess involves more than just an external force. Thinking of this, the chess pieces on the board began to move again. Ding ding ding. Orpheus, report the situation. Chapter 767, Asahin Azurazuaya, happy birthday to the book friend who interprets Tamo. D. On the third floor of an abandoned building, there is a relatively intact room with the words "I saw it handyman" written on the doorplate. One can tell at a glance that behind the repainted wooden door is an ordinary 50 square meter small room. However, although it is small, it has everything. There is a neat coffee table and soft sofa for receiving guests, a whole row of file cabinets behind the desk, and all kinds of home appliances such as TV, air conditioner, refrigerator, etc. Oh, that nightmare is not bored, right? He actually organized such a large-scale exercise, don't you think? Mr. Asahina. A gentle young man with a short crew cut asked Asahina, who was sitting behind the desk. Who knows? Asahina spread his hands and answered calmly, maybe there will be another big action. The last of the 4 sacred swords, Asahina, who chose to return to ordinary life, came to this slum after leaving the special prison. He used his relatively abundant assets to open a handyman shop to help the residents here solve various life problems, from finding cats and dogs to investigating and handling cases. He has a high reputation in this area. Action? Now. It's hard to say. Asahina took a sip of coffee, then said to the young man, by the way, Shen, are you really not going to consider Naoto's suggestion? This. The young man named Shen Yato had a tangled expression and didn't know how to answer. Bang! At this moment, the door was kicked open, and the short-haired young man with a red headband also walked in with a few young people, each holding a large cardboard box in his hand. Yuchin, can't you open the door properly? If the door is kicked down by you again, it will be deducted from your salary. Shem said unkindly. Oh, that, my hands are busy, right? Shinichiro Tamashiro awkwardly lifted the cardboard box in his arms. His companions behind him also looked embarrassed. By the way, Mr. Asahina, what on earth are these? They're so heavy. These. Asahina looked at the cardboard boxes on the ground, a nostalgic look on his face, a trace of entanglement and complexity flashed in his eyes, just some very important information. Huh? Everyone was stunned. So much information? And it's very important? Aren't Asahina's important information usually placed in the file cabinet behind him? Why is it piled up in the corner of the warehouse? Well, it's all in the past. Asahina asked everyone not to take it too seriously. After all, these young people were his employees, and they were all very enthusiastic young people. Some things should not involve them. Okay, all of you go to shelter. It will soon be unsafe here. Tisk. Who wants to listen to the arrangements of the Bnatarians? Shinichiro Tamashiro was the first to disagree, and turned his head away with a cocky look. That's right, Mr. Asahina, this must be a conspiracy of the Bunatarians. They have been trying to clean up this old town for a long time. We won't be fooled. This is the last paradise in the country of cherry blossoms. We won't give up our homes. Several young people behind him immediately echoed Tamashiro Shinichiro, which made Asahina sigh helplessly. They are all good young people. Although they don't have any great skills, they are very enthusiastic and like to help others. The Yorazuaya often receives trivial commissions such as finding cats, dogs, keys, or taking care of the elderly and children. They are very enthusiastic and active in completing them. However, they have a bad attitude towards the Bunatarians and think that they are invaders. Even if they do have a positive effect on the lives of 11, they still think it is a conspiracy. If Asahina hadn't been staring at them, they would probably have been recruited by those resistance organizations and become a member of the resistance organization, right? By the way, Mr. Asahina, I have always had a question to ask you, can I? Tamashiro suddenly asked. What's the matter? Mr. Asahina must have been a very great man in the past. Why do you ask? Because you're awesome. Tamashiro said excitedly, gesturing with his hands. The last time Shino and his gang of bastards came to cause trouble for Grandma Yuki, you dealt with more than a dozen people in just a few moves. Haha, I guess so. Then, Why did you choose to open a Yorazuaya in this place? This. Thinking of the past, Asahina shook his head helplessly. They are all things of the past, nothing worth worrying about. But Tamashiro and the young people behind him had conflicting expressions. They wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. In the end, Tamashiro still made up his mind to ask Asahina, but Mr. Asahina is so awesome, why don't you join the Liberation Front? You are so awesome, you will definitely be able to defeat the Bunitarians. You. Asahina's eyes condensed, and he swept across the group of young people like a top predator, making them terrified. You joined the Sakura Liberation Front. This. Tamagoi. Gao. Kento. Toru. Naomi. You really? Shanyago also looked at Tamashiro and others with a look of fear. Several people lowered their heads, not daring to look at Asahina and Shan. At the beginning, they just organized a resistance organization by themselves, but they concealed it because Asahina had always opposed them joining the resistance organization. Moreover, although they established a resistance organization, they have always been small-scale, at most the level of street thugs, and did not violate the decree issued by Yang Hui, so Asahina turned a blind eye. But the nature of joining the Sakura Liberation Front is completely different. If they are discovered, they may not be executed, but they will definitely be imprisoned. Tell me, what have you done? Asahina walked in front of them, staring at them with extremely sharp eyes. This. Tell me. We didn't do anything, we just provided them with some secret passages, and what else? And the sewer map. Mr. Asahina, we really did just these things, nothing else. Tamashiro and his companions were frightened by Asahina's terrifying aura and trembled. They didn't dare to hide anything and told everything. They didn't even dare to bring out the bold words they had prepared before coming to win over Asahina and do something big with him. Is it really just that? Asahina asked again. Really? Mr. Asahina, you have to believe us. Asahina was relieved to make sure that Tamashiro and his companions didn't seem to be lying. If it was just that, it wouldn't be a big problem. Although they assisted the resistance organization, they didn't go too deep. With their connections, they should be able to keep them safe. Mr. Asahina. The aura was withdrawn, and the few people felt relieved and looked at Asahina with lingering fear. You all wait here, don't go anywhere. I'll finish my work in a while, and you and I will go to the shelter. Okay, I'll listen to you, Mr. Asahina. Although several people still wanted to refute a few words, and even made a sophisticated plan to assist the resistance organization to defeat the Bunitarians, and then rely on their outstanding performance to become core members of the resistance organization in one fell swoop, and deal with the Bunitarians happily, but now. Forget it. Facing the knife-like sharp eyes, they really didn't dare to mention this matter in front of Asahina, otherwise they would be chopped alive, right? Suddenly, the room fell into silence, no one dared to speak, and there was only the sound of the clock hands ticking. Not long after, the door of the Yorazuaya was knocked. After obtaining Asahina's permission, several Bunitarian soldiers walked in under the leadership of a Nightmare Knight, and this Nightmare Knight was an acquaintance of Shen and others. Naoto. Traitor. This Nightmare Knight is Naoto Benezuki. Compared to Shanyago's surprise, Yu Cheng and others glared at him. They had lived in the same community since they were young. They were childhood sweethearts and had a good relationship. However, after Naoto Benezuki was secretly instructed to assassinate Yang Hui and was recruited into the Nightmare Knights, the two sides had very little contact. Naoto Benezuki occasionally met with Shan Yao, and Yu Cheng and others treated him as a traitor. Regarding the attitude of Yu Cheng and others, Naoto Benezuki just sighed and said nothing. After nodding to Shan Yao, he walked in front of Asahina. He didn't forget what he came here for. Long time no see, Mr. Asahina. Long time no see, Naoto, you have grown a lot again. It seems that you train very hard. Asahina had met Naoto Benezuki 3 times in total. The first time was when Naoto Benezuki and his mother moved away from this area. At that time, he was still an apprentice knight and was very immature. The second time was when Naoto Kazuki came back to Shanyago after he was promoted to a full-fledged knight. He had the toughness of a regular soldier, but he still seemed not calm enough. This was the third time, his immaturity disappeared, and he became mature and steady, a qualified Nightmare Knight. Mr. Asahina, let's get down to business first. Where is the information you mentioned? Naoto Kazuki asked straight to the point. It's those boxes. After the army was disbanded, I kept some of the information. It's all here. There should be what you want in it. Mr. Isahina. You, what are you doing? Tamashiro and others were dumbfounded. From the conversation, they knew that Isahina was a soldier before, and the boxes they brought over were all the information of the former army. How could they not have thought that Isahina was a former soldier, but he provided information to Bunitaria? Subconsciously, several people blocked the wooden boxes behind them to prevent the Bunitaria people from taking the information. I'll explain to you later, now get out of the way. I don't want it. I won't give such an important thing to these bastards. Especially this traitor. Tamashiro glared at Naoto Kazuki. The nightmare night uniform he was wearing was so dazzling. Shinichiro. Don't call me. You traitor. Do you think you can stop us? Naoto Kazuki didn't want to argue, but asked Shinichiro Tamashiro calmly. Anyway, I won't let you take it away. Not even if you die. We won't get out of the way. Don't even think about taking these materials away. Several people surrounded the information tightly. Although they were afraid, the anger in their hearts supported them to stand up straight on their trembling legs. Alice. Naoto Kazuki sighed and shook his head, and asked Tamashiro and others helplessly, do you know that the information behind you will determine the life and death of tens of thousands of people? Chapter 768, The Silent Shiruki House. What did you say? Yujin and the others were stunned when they heard this, but they soon stood up again and bravely pushed back. Don't try to deceive us. Anyway, we will never give it to you. He didn't lie to you, Yujin. Get out of the way. At this time, Isahina stood up to persuade Yujin. On the one hand, he took into account the relationship between Yujin and others and Hongai Naoto, and on the other hand, he didn't want Yujin and others to be taking coercive measures. Isahina knew the style of the nightmare nights very well. He often heard from his old friends that Hongai Naoto would care about his relationship with Yujin and others in private, and would take the initiative to give in or even help them secretly. Once it was an official business, especially an order issued by Yang Hui, they would execute it immediately without any concerns and remove all obstacles in front of them. So if Yujin and others kept blocking like this, Hongai Naoto would definitely take tough measures. Mr. Isahina. I'll explain it to you later, trust me, okay? Isahina said to Tamashiro and the others. These data were not very important intelligence to Yang Hui and the others, but they were very important to 11, and they were related to the life and death of many people. Tisk. Tamashiro and the others were helpless, looking at the soldiers waiting at the door, and then looking at the helpless Naoto Kazuki. In the end, they listened to Isahina's persuasion and gave way with an unhappy look. Thank you, Mr. Isahina. Naoto Kazuki thanked Isahina, and then asked his subordinates to carry all the data away. If Tamashiro and the others didn't listen, he did intend to take coercive measures, so that no one would die or be injured, but his relationship with Tamashiro and the others would definitely be worse. Now that Isahina was in the middle as a buffer, he was relieved. Naoto Kazuki had never forgotten his friends back then, but they were in different positions. After experiencing so much, Naoto Kazuki's perspective was also different, so he had a conflict with Tamashiro and the others. You're welcome. Please tell him that he has fulfilled the promise we made, and I hope he will keep doing it. Okay, Mr. X also asked me to tell you that the last vacancy is also reserved for you, waiting for the day when you figure it out. Haha, I'd better forget it. Isahina smiled frustratedly, and the whole person suddenly became a little depressed. Regarding Isahina's choice, Naoto Kazuki had no idea. He just nodded in understanding, and told Isahina to take them to a refuge as soon as possible, and then left. I soared Yorazuaya. Mr. Isahina. Why? Why did you help the Bunitarians? After Naoto Kazuki left, Tamashiro asked excitedly, even discarding honorifics. At this time, he felt betrayed just like when he learned that Naoto Kazuki had joined the Nightmare Knights. Well, let's talk about this while we walk. Isahina knew that Yang Hui's large-scale actions must be a big move. Combined with the actions of Tamashiro and others in helping the Sakura Liberation Front before, he also guessed the beginning of the matter and knew that it was not safe to stay in this place. Before leaving, after a complex psychological struggle, he chose to pick up the samurai sword hanging on the wall as his only luggage. What was in this Yorazui that he could not give up was this samurai sword, as well as the spirit and faith buried in the samurai sword. Although Tamashiro and others were eager to get an answer, due to their respect for Asahina and their fear of the previous oppression, they could only follow behind Asahina and walk towards the nearest shelter. On the way, Asahina also abided by the agreement with them and told Tamashiro and others what happened. You should have guessed it. I used to be a soldier. After the army was disbanded, I came to this area and opened a Yurazuaya. The information just now was all the information of the former army, mainly the roster, which recorded the identities of some former soldiers. As for why it was handed over to Bunitaria, it was also to protect their lives and safety. Tamashiro and others followed behind Asahina and listened silently. The reason why Bunitaria has such a big move should be because the resistance organization will have a big move, right? The people of the Liberation Front asked you for help before, mostly to launch an attack here. In order not to hurt innocent civilians, the people living here were evacuated in advance. As for the relationship between those materials and the attack, the Liberation Front is a resistance organization established by the former military leaders who found the clansmen of the 6 Kyoto families who were left outside. Most of them are former soldiers, but you should know that after Yang Hui became the governor of 11, he issued a large number of decrees, which greatly improved the lives of civilians, so most soldiers chose to be content with the status quo and returned to ordinary life, and did not join the resistance organization. The roster I handed over can allow Bunitaria to better distinguish which former soldiers participated in the resistance activities and which ones are innocent. If they are confirmed to be innocent, they can still have the current stable life. Without these materials, they are likely to be affected and their families will be broken. Sonaoto is not lying to you when he said that it concerns the lives of tens of thousands of people. But how could this be? Yujin and others are just angry young people who are hot-blooded. How could they think so much? Their idea is very simple: resisting Bunitaria is good, helping Bunitaria is bad. It's that simple. I know you don't want to admit it, but that's the fact. Since Yang Hui took over, 11, the lives of civilians have indeed been much better than when the 6 Kyoto families controlled the country, and there are rarely cases of Bunitarians oppressing us. But we lost our country. We lost our name. We are not 11. We are Sakura people. Tamashiro said indignantly. Then what? What, then? Asahina's indifferent attitude was like a basin of cold water poured on Tamashiro's head. Don't be fooled by those ambitious people, Tamashiro. Asahina persuaded patiently. In the eyes of those ambitious people in the Liberation Front, the country? The name? It's not more valuable than the luxurious dinner they eat every day, and you may feel that you are too passionate, but in the end you will only become a tool for them to realize their ambitions. How could it be? Tamashiro and others were like being struck by lightning, and they could hardly stand. And the most ridiculous thing is that you actually think they can succeed. You don't know how terrible Yang Hui is, and how terrible the Nightmare Knights are. The title of the Empire's nightmare is not just for fun, it's a real nightmare. At this point, Asahina began to recall again. He was only glad that he had never faced Yang Hui head-on. Many of his comrades in arms had survived Yang Hui's hands by chance. Since then, the knights have been dominated by nightmares, which are lingering and entangled. After leaving the special prison at the beginning, Asahina also used his connections to find a lot of Yang Hui's information and records. He really didn't give up at the time, hoping to find Yang Hui's flaws from the information and records, and then defeat him. But unfortunately, all he got was deeper despair. Until later, Yang Hui's original promise was fulfilled, and the life of 11 did get better. Under the double impact, he gave up and lived a peaceful life as the boss of the Yurazuaya. Mr. Asahina, that Yang Hui, is he really the terrible? Shenyago asked carefully. It will be more terrifying than what I said. Asahina said seriously, strong personal strength, broad strategic vision, superb strategic command, and even I found out that he has made great achievements in the field of machinery. The reason why Bunitaria's nightmare iteration is so fast is because of Yang Hui's existence. And the various laws of 11 can also judge that his ability to govern is not bad. Is it really possible for such a person to exist? Fanyago asked in horror. If what Asahina said was true, then Yang Hui is a hexagonal warrior with no dead angles, a character that only exists in the game to cheat Krypton to affect the balance. Some people are born different from us, so do you understand now? Asahina stopped and turned to look at the pale-faced Tamashiro and others, Your expectations will not succeed. The Resistance Organization and the Liberation Front, there is only one result: failure. A truck drove into Kyoto and went directly into the mansion of the Kyorugi family. Yang Hui got off the car and was led by the waiter to the deepest part of the mansion. Kyorugi Genbu was waiting for him here alone. Your Highness. Kyorugi Genbu saluted Yang Hui. Have you arranged everything for your family? Yang Hui asked, sitting opposite Kyorugi Genbu. Everything has been arranged. It's a safe house that was prepared in advance, and there are people accompanying your Highness to protect you. Very good, you should go to take shelter as well. Your Highness, must the war start in Kyoto? Kyorugi Genbu asked worriedly. Kyoto is different from other places. It is the largest city in the south and the former political center of 11. If the civilians are evacuated in advance, the people hiding in the dark will definitely notice it, and all their efforts will be wasted. However, if the civilians are not evacuated, once a battle breaks out, especially a battle with nightmares joining in, it is bound to cause heavy losses, especially casualties. This is not something I can decide, Shumu. Yang Hui said calmly. I can't judge whether they will take action directly in Kyoto. Once those people take action, they will definitely not care about the civilians in Kyoto. I am here just as an insurance. Once they are desperate, I can take action to minimize the losses. Understood, Your Highness, then I will leave first. Go ahead, be careful. Yes, Your Highness. Shumu Xuanwu is the last person in the Shumu mansion. After he left, except for Yang Hui, only the koi fish in the small pond were still jumping around, but I don't know whether it was panic or fear, because the whole mansion was filled with a dead silence, and even the birds passing by in the sky were unwilling to stay for long. Everyone has left, why don't you come out? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.